Chapter 21 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Raisky laughed as he went out into the garden. He looked sadly at the closed shutters of the old house, and stood for a long time on the edge of the precipice, looking down thoughtfully into the depths of the thicket, and the trees rustling and cracking in the wind. Then he turned to look at the long avenues, here forming gloomy corridors, and then opening out into open stately spaces, at the flower gardens now fading under the approach of autumn, at the kitchen garden, and at the distant glimmer of the rising moon, and at the stars. He looked out over the Volga, gleaming like steel in the distance. The evening was fresh and cool, and the withered leaves were falling with a gentle rustle around him. He could not take his eyes from the river, now silvered by the moon, which separated him from Vera. She had gone without leaving a word for him. A word from her would have brought tenderness, and would have drowned all bitterness, he thought. But she was gone without leaving a trace of any kind remembrance. With bent head and full of anxious thought, he made his way along the dark avenues. Suddenly delicate fingers seized his shoulders, and he heard a low laugh. "Vera!" he cried, seizing her hand violently. "You here, and not away over the Volga?" "Yes, here, not over there." She put her arm in his and asked him, laughing, whether he thought she would let him go without saying good-bye. "Which?" he said, not knowing whether fear or joy was uppermost. "I was this very moment complaining that you had not left a line for me, and now I can't understand, as everyone in the house told me you had gone away yesterday." "And you believed it," she said, laughing. "I told them to say so, to surprise you. They were humbugging." "To go away without two words," she asked triumphantly, "or to stay, which is better?" Her gay talk, her quick gestures, the mockery in her voice, all these things seemed unnatural, and he recognized beneath it all weariness, strain, and effort to conceal the collapse of her strength. When they reached the end of the avenue, he tried to lead her to an open spot where he could see her face. "Let me look at you. How gay and merry you are, Vera," he said timidly. "What is there to see?" she interrupted impatiently, and tried to draw him into the shadow again. He felt that her hands were trembling, and for the moment his own passion was stilled, and he shared her suffering. "Why do you look at me like that? I'm not crazy," she said, turning her face away. He was stricken with horror. The insane are always assuring every one of their sanity. What was wrong with Vera? She did not confide in him. She would not speak out. She was determined to fight her own battles. Who could support and shelter her? An inner voice told him that Tatiana Markovna alone could do it. "Vera, you are ill," he said earnestly. "Give grandmother your confidence." "Silence! Not a word of grandmother. Goodbye. Tomorrow we will go for a stroll, do some shopping, go down by the river, anything you like." "I will go away, Vera," he cried, filled with inexpressible fear. "I am worn out." "Why do you deceive me? Why did you call me back to find you still here? Was it to mock my sufferings?" "So that we could suffer together," she answered. "Passion is beautiful, as you yourself have said. It is life itself. You have taught me how to love, have educated passion in me, and now you may admire the result of your labor," she ended, drawing in a deep breath of the cool evening air. "I warned you, Vera. I told you passion was a fierce wolf." "No, worse. It is a tiger. I could not believe what you said, but I do now. Do you know the picture in the old house which represents a tiger showing his teeth at a seated Cupid? I never understood the picture, which seemed meaningless, but now I understand it. Passion is a tiger, lying there apparently so peaceful and inviting until he begins to howl and to whet his teeth. Raisky pursued the comparison in the hope that he might learn the name of Vera's lover. Your comparison is false, Vera. There are no tigers in our northern climate. I am nearer the mark when I compare passion to a wolf. You are right, she said with a nervous laugh. A real wolf. However carefully you feed him, he looks always to the woods. You are all wolves, and he, too, is a wolf. Who? He asked in an expressionless voice. Tushin is a bear, a genuine Russian bear. You may lay your hand on his shaggy head and sleep. Your rest is sure, for he will serve you all his life. Which of the animals am I? He asked gaily, noting that Tushin was not the man. Don't beat about the bush, Vera. You may say I'm an ass. No, she said scornfully. You are a fox, a nice, cunning fox with a gift for deception. That's what you are. Why don't you say something? She went on as he kept an embarrassed silence. Vera, there are weapons to be used against wolves. For me to go away. For you not to go down there, he said, pointing to the precipice. Tell me how to prevent myself from going there. Teach me, since you are my mentor, how not to go. You first set the house on fire, and then talk of leaving it. You sing in praise of passion, and then... I meant another kind of passion. Where both parties to it are honorable, it means the supreme happiness in life, and its storms are full of the glow of life. And where there is no dishonor, no precipice yawns. I love and am loved, yet passion has me in its jaws. Tell me what I should do. Confess all to grandmother, whispered Raisky, pale with terror, or permit me to talk to her. To shame me and ruin me? Who told me I need not obey her? At one moment you are on the point of telling your secret, at another you hide behind it. I'm in the dark and feel my way in uncertainty. How can I, when I do not know the whole truth, diagnose the case? You know what is wrong with me? Why do you say you are in the dark? Come, she said, leading him into the moonlight. See what is wrong with me. He stood transfixed with terror and pity. Pale, haggard, with wild eyes and tightly pressed lips, this was quite another Vera. Strands of hair were loose from beneath her hood, and fell in gypsy-like confusion over her forehead and temples, and covered her eyes and mouth with every quick movement she made. Her shoulders were negligently clad in a satin wrap trimmed with swan's down, held in place by a loosely tied knot of silk. "Well," she said, shaking her hair out of her eyes, "what has happened to the beauty whose praise you sang?" "Vera," he said, "I would die for you. Tell me how I may serve you." "Die!" she exclaimed. "Help me to live! Give me that beautiful passion which sheds its glorious light over the whole of life. I see no passion but this drowning tiger passion. Give me back at least my old strength, you who talk of going to my grandmother to place her and me on the same bier. It is too late to tell me to go no more to the precipice." She sat down on the bench and looked moodily straight before her. "You yourself, Vera, dreamed of freedom, and you prided yourself on your independence." "My head burns. Have pity on your sister. I am ashamed to be so weak." "What is it, dear Vera?" "Nothing. Take me home. Help me to mount the steps. I am afraid and would like to lie down. Pardon me for having disturbed you for nothing, for having brought you here. You would have gone away and forgotten me. I am only feverish. Are you angry with me?" Too dejected to reply, he gave her his arm, took her as far as her room and struck a light. "Send Marina or Masha to stay in my room, please, but say nothing to grandmother, lest she should be alarmed and come herself. Why are you looking at me so strangely? God knows what I have been saying to you, to plague you and to avenge myself of all my humiliations. Tell grandmother that I have gone to bed to be up early in the morning, and I pray you bless me in your thoughts. Do you hear?" "I hear," he said absently, as he pressed her hand and went out in search of Masha. He looked forward with anxiety to Vera's awakening. He seemed to have forgotten his own passion, since his imagination had become absorbed in the contemplation of her suffering. "Something is wrong with Vera," said Tatiana Markovna, shaking her grey head, as she saw how grimly he avoided her questioning glance. "What can it be?" asked Raisky negligently, with an effort to assume indifference. "Something is wrong, Borushka. She looks so melancholy, and is so silent, and often seems to have tears in her eyes. I have spoken to the doctor, but he only talks the old nonsense about nerves," she said, relapsing into a gloomy silence. Raisky looked anxiously for Vera's appearance next morning. She came at last, accompanied by the maid, who carried a warm coat and her hat and shoes. She said good morning to her aunt, asked for coffee, ate her roll with appetite, and reminded Raisky that he had promised to go shopping with her in the town and to take a walk in the park. It amazed him that she should be once more transformed, but there was a certain audacity in her gestures and a haste in her speech which seemed forced and alien from her usual manner and reminded him of her behaviour the day before. She was plainly making a great effort to conceal her real mood. She chatted volubly with Polina Karpovna, who had turned up unexpectedly and was displaying the pattern of a dress intended for Marfinka's trousseau. The lady's visit was really directed towards Raisky, of whose return she had heard. She sought in vain an occasion to speak with him alone, but seized a moment to sit down beside him, when she made eyes at him and said in a low voice, "Je comprends. Dites tout. Du courage." Raisky wished her anywhere and moved away. Vera meanwhile put on her coat and asked him to come with her. Polina Karpovna wished to accompany them, but Vera declined on the ground that they were walking and had far to go, that the ground was damp, and that Polina's elegant dress with a long train was unsuited for the expedition. "I want to have you this whole day for myself," she said to Raisky as they went out together. "Indeed, every day until you go." "But, Vera, how can I help you when I don't know what is making you suffer? I only see that you have your own drama, that a catastrophe is approaching or is in process. What is it?" he asked anxiously as she shivered. "I don't feel well and am far from gay. Autumn is beginning, nature grows dark and sinister. The birds are already deserting us, and my mood too is autumnal. Do you see the black line high above the Volga? Those are the cranes in flight. My thoughts too fly away into the distance." She realized halfway that this strange explanation was unconvincing, and only pursued it because she did not wish to tell the truth. "I wanted to ask you, Vera, about the letters you wrote to me. I am ill and weak. You saw what an attack I had yesterday. I cannot remember just now all that I wrote." "Another time, then," he sighed. "But tell me, Vera, how I can help you. Why do you keep me back, and why do you want to spend these days in my society? I have a right to ask this, and it is your duty to give a plain answer, unless you want me to think you false." "Don't let us talk of it now." "No," he cried angrily, "you play with me as a cat does with a mouse. I will endure it no longer. You can either reveal your own secrets or keep them as you please, but in so far as it touches me, I demand an immediate answer. What is my part in this drama? Do not be angry. I did not keep you back to wound you. But don't talk about it, don't agitate me so that I have another attack like yesterday's. You see that I can hardly stand. I don't want my weakness to be seen at home. Defend me from myself. Come to me at dusk, about 6, and I will tell you why I detained you. Pardon me, Vera, I'm not myself either, he said, struck by her suffering. I don't know what lies in your heart, and I will not ask. I will come later to fetch you. I will tell you if I have the strength, she said. They went into the shops where Vera made purchases for herself and Marfinka. She talked eagerly to the acquaintances they met, and even visited a poor godchild for whom she took gifts. She assented readily to Raisky's suggestion that they should visit Kozlov. When they reached the house, Mark walked out of the door. He was plainly startled, made no answer to Raisky's inquiry after Leonty's health, and walked quickly away. Vera was still more disconcerted, but pulled herself together and followed Raisky into the house. "What is the matter with him?" asked Raisky. He did not answer a word, but simply bolted. "You were frightened too, Vera. Is it Mark, who signalizes his presence at the foot of the precipice by a shot?" "I have seen him wandering round with a gun," he said, joking. She answered in the same tone, "Of course, cousin," but she did not look at him. No, thought Raisky to himself, she could not have taken for her idol a wandering ragged gypsy like that. Then he wondered whether the possibility could be entirely excluded, since passion wanders where he lists, and not in obedience to the convictions and dictates of man. He is invincible and master of his own inexplicable moods, but Vera had never had any opportunity of meeting Mark, he concluded, and was merely afraid of him as every one else was. Leonty's condition was unchanged. He wandered about like a drunken man, silent and listening for the noise of any carriage in the street, when he would rush to the window to look if it bore his fugitive wife. He would come to them in a few weeks, he said, after Marfinka's wedding, as Vera suggested. Then he became aware of Vera's presence. "Vera Vassilievna!" he cried in surprise, staring at her as he addressed Raisky. "Do you know Boris Pavlovitch? Who else has read your books and helped me to arrange them?" "Who has been reading my books?" asked Raisky. But Leonty had been distracted by the sound of a passing carriage, and did not hear the question. Vera whispered to Raisky that they should go. "I wanted to say something, Boris Pavlovitch," said Leonty thoughtfully, raising his head, "but I can't remember what." "You said someone else had been reading my books." Leonty pointed to Vera, who was looking out of the window, but who now pulled Raisky's sleeve. "Come," she said, and they left the house. When they reached home, Vera made over some of her purchases to her aunt, and had others taken to her room. She asked Raisky to go out with her again in the park and down by the Volga. "Why are you tiring yourself out, Vera?" he asked as they went. "You are weak." "Air, I must have air," she exclaimed, turning her face to the wind. "She is collecting all her strength," he thought, as they entered the room where the family was waiting for them for dinner. In the afternoon he slept for weariness, and only awoke at twilight, when 6 o'clock had already struck. He went to find Vera, but Marina told him she had gone to vespers. She did not know whether in the village church on the hill, or in the church on the outskirts of the town. He went to the town church first, and after studying the faces of all the old women assembled there, he climbed the hill to the village church. Old people stood in the corners and by the door, and by a pillar in a dark corner knelt Vera, with a veil wrapped round her bowed head. He took his stand near her behind another pillar, and, engrossed in his thoughts of her state of mind, watched her intently as she prayed motionless, with her eyes fixed on the cross. He went sadly into the porch to wait for her, and there she joined him, putting her hand in his arm without a word. As they crossed the big meadow into the park, he thought of nothing but the promised explanation. His own intense desire to be freed from his miserable uncertainty weighed with him less than his duty, as he conceived it, of shielding her, of illuminating her path with his experience, and of lending his undivided strength to keep her from overstepping her moral precipice. Perhaps it was merely a remnant of pride that prevented her from telling him why she had summoned him and detained him. He could not, and even if he could, he had not the right to share his apprehensions with any one else. Even if he might confide in Tatiana Markovna, if he spoke to her of his suspicion and his surmises, he was not clear that it would help matters, for he feared that their aunt's practical but old-fashioned wisdom would be shattered on Vera's obstinacy. Vera possessed the bolder mind, the quicker will. She was level with contemporary thought, and towered above the society in which she moved. She must have derived her ideas and her knowledge from some source accessible to her alone. Though she took pains to conceal her knowledge, it was betrayed by a chance word, by the mention of a name or an authority in this or that sphere of learning, and it was betrayed also in her speech, in the remarkable aptness of the words in which she clothed her thoughts and feelings. In this matter she held so great an advantage over Tatiana Markovna that the old lady's efforts in argument were more likely to be disastrous than not. Undoubtedly, Tatiana Markovna was a wise woman with a correct judgment of the general phenomena of life. She was a famous housewife, ruling her little tsardom magnificently. She knew the ways, the vices, and the virtues of mankind as they are set out in the Ten Commandments and the Gospels, but she knew nothing of the life where the passions rage and steep everything in their colors. And even if she had known such a world in her youth, an unshared passion, or one stifled in its development, not a stormy drama of love, but rather a lyric tenderness, which unfolded and perished without leaving a trace on her pure life. How could she lend a rescuing hand to snatch Vera from the precipice, she who had no faith in passion, but had merely sought to understand facts? The shots in the depth of the precipice and Vera's expeditions were indeed facts, against which Tatiana Markovna might be able to adopt measures. She might double the watch kept on the property, set men to watch for the lover, while Vera, shut up in the house, endured humiliation and a fresh kind of suffering. Vera would not endure any such rough constraint, and would make her escape, just as she fled across the Volga from Raisky. There would be in fact no means at all, for she had outgrown Tatiana Markovna's circle of experience and morals. No, authority might serve with Marfinka, but not with the clear-headed, independent Vera. Such were Raisky's thoughts as he walked silently by Vera's side, no longer desiring full knowledge for his own sake, but for her salvation. Perhaps he thought he would best gain his end by indirect efforts to make her betray herself. "Leonty said," he began, "that you have been reading books out of my library. Did you read them with him?" "Sometimes. He told me of the contents of certain books. Others I read with the priest, Natasha's husband." "What books did you read with the priest?" "For the moment I don't remember, but he read the writings of the fathers, for instance, and explained them to Natasha and me, to my great advantage. We also read with him Voltaire and Spinoza. Why do you laugh?" she asked, looking at Raisky. "There seems a remarkable gap between the fathers and Spinoza and Voltaire. The encyclopedists are also included in my library. Did you read them? Nikolai Ivanovich read some to us and talked about others. Did you also occupy yourselves with Feuerbach, with the socialists and the materialists? Yes. Natasha's husband asked us to copy out passages which he indicated by pencil marks. What was his object in this? I think he was preparing to publish a refutation. Where did you obtain the newer books that are not in the library? Not the exile, he suggested as she gave no answer, who lives here under police supervision, the same man about whom you wrote to me? But you are not listening. Yes, I am. Who gave me the books? Sometimes one person, sometimes another, here in the town. Volokov borrowed these books. Perhaps so. I had them from professors. The thought flashed through Raisky's head that there might be other professors of the same kind as Monsieur Charles. But he merely asked what were the views of Nikolai Ivanovich on Spinoza and these other writers. He says, replied Vera, that these writings are the efforts of bold minds to evade the truth. They have beaten out for themselves side paths, which must in the end unite with the main road. He says too that all these attempts serve the cause of truth, in that the truth shines out with greater splendor in the end. But he does not tell you where the truth lies. By the way of answer she pointed to the little chapel now in sight. And you think he is right? I don't think. I believe. And don't you also believe he is right? He agreed, and she asked him why, that being so, he had asked her. I wanted, he said, to know your opinion. But you have often seen me at prayer, said Vera. Yes, but I do not overhear your prayers. Do you pray for the alleviation of the restless sorrow that afflicts your mind? They had reached the chapel, and Vera stood still for a moment. She did not appear to have heard his question, and she answered only with a deep sigh. It was growing dark as they retraced their steps, Vera's growing slower and more uncertain as they approached the old house, where she stood still and glanced in the direction of the precipice. To still this storm I must not go near the precipice, you say. I beg of you to stand by me, for I am sick and helpless. Will not grandmother know better how to help you, Vera? Confide in her, a woman who will perhaps understand your pain. She shook her head. I will tell you, grandmother and you, but not now. Now I cannot. And yet I beg of you not to leave me, not to allow me out of your sight. If a shot summons me, keep me away from the precipice, and, if necessary, hold me back by force. Things are as bad as that with me. That is all you can do for me. That is why I asked you not to go away, because I felt that my strength is failing, because except you I have no one to help me, for grandmother would not understand. Forgive me. You did right, Vera. He replied, deeply moved. Depend on me, I am willing to stay here forever, if that will bring you peace. No, in a week's time the shots will cease. She dried her eyes and pressed his hand. Then, with slow, uneven steps, supporting herself by the balustrade, she passed up the steps and into the house. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 days had passed, and Raisky had had small opportunity of seeing Vera alone, though she came to dinner and to tea, and spoke of ordinary things. Raisky turned once more to his novel, or rather to the plan of it. He visited Leonti and did not neglect the governor and other friends, but in order to keep watch on Vera, he wandered about the park and the garden. 2 days were now gone, he thought, since he sat on the bench by the precipice, but there were still 5 days of danger. Marfinka's birthday lay 2 days ahead, and on that day Vera would hardly leave the family circle. On the next, Marfinka was to go with her fiancé and his mother to Kolchino, and Vera would not be likely to leave Tatiana Markovna alone. By that time the week would be over and the threatening clouds dispersed. After dinner Vera asked him to come over to her in the evening, as she wished him to undertake a commission for her. When he arrived she suggested a walk, and as she chose the direction of the fields he realized that she wished to go to the chapel, and took the field path accordingly. As she crossed the threshold she looked up at the thoughtful face of the Christ. "You have sought more powerful aid than mine," said Raisky. "Moreover, you will not now go there without me." She nodded in assent. She seemed to be seeking strength, sympathy, and support from the glance of the crucified, but his eyes kept their expression of quiet thought and detachment. When she turned her eyes from the picture, she reiterated, "I will not go." Raisky read on her face neither prayer nor desire, it wore an expression of weariness, indifference and submission. He suggested that they should return, and reminded her that she had a commission for him. "Will you take the bouquet holder that I chose the other week for Marfinka's birthday to the goldsmith?" she said, handing him her purse. "I gave him some pearls to set in it, and her name should be engraved. And could you be up as early as 8 o'clock on her birthday?" "Of course, if necessary I can stay up all night." "I have already spoken to the gardener who owns the big orangery. Would you choose me a nice bouquet and send it to me? I have confidence in your taste." "Your confidence in me makes progress, Vera," he laughed. "You already trust my taste and my honor." "I would have seen to all this myself," she went on, "but I have not the strength." Next day Raisky took the bouquet holder and discussed the arrangement of the flowers with the gardener. He himself bought for Marfinka an elegant watch and chain, with 200 roubles, which he borrowed from Tit Nikonich, for Tatiana Markovna would not have given him so much money for the purpose, and would have betrayed the secret. In Tit Nikonich's room he found a dressing-table decked with muslin and lace, with a mirror encased in a china frame of flowers and cupids, a beautiful specimen of Sèvres work. "Where did you get the treasure?" cried Raisky, who could not take his eyes from the thing. "What a lovely piece!" "It is my gift for Marfa Vasilievna," said Tit Nikonich with his kind smile. "I am glad it pleases you, for you are a connoisseur. Your liking for it assures me that the dear birthday child will appreciate it as a wedding gift. She is a lovely girl, just like these roses. The cupids will smile when they see her charming face in the mirror. Please don't tell Tatiana Markovna of my secret. This beautiful piece must have cost over 2,000 roubles, and you cannot possibly have bought it here. My grandfather gave 5,000 roubles for it, and it was part of my mother's house furnishing, and until now it stood in her bedroom, left untouched in my birthplace. It had been brought here last month, and to make sure it should not be broken, 6 men carried it in alternate shifts for the whole 150 versts. I had a new muslin cover made, but the lace is old. You will notice how yellow it is. Ladies like these things, although they don't matter to us." "What will grandmother say?" "There will be a storm. I do feel rather uneasy about it, but perhaps she will forgive me. I may tell you, Boris Pavlovitch, that I love both the girls, as if they were my own daughters. I held them on my knee as babies, and with Tatiana Markovna gave them their first lessons.
I tell you in confidence that I have also arranged a wedding present for Vera Vassilievna, which I hope she will like when the time comes."
He showed Raisky a magnificent antique silver dinner service of fine workmanship for 12 persons.
"I may confess to you, as you are her cousin, that in agreement with Tatiana Markovna I have a splendid and a rich marriage in view for her, for whom nothing can be too good. The finest parti in the neighborhood," he said in a confidential tone, "is Ivan Ivanovich Tushin, who is absolutely devoted to her, as he well may be."
Raisky repressed a sigh and went home, where he found Vikentyef and his mother, who had arrived for Marfinka's birthday, with Polina Karpovna and other guests from the town, who stayed until nearly 7 o'clock. Tatiana Markovna and Marfa Yegorovna carried on an interminable conversation about Marfinka's trousseau and house furnishing. The lovers went into the garden, and from there to the village. Vikentyef, carrying a parcel which he threw in the air and caught again as he walked. Marfinka entered every house, said good-bye to the women, and caressed the children. In 2 cases she washed the children's faces. She distributed calico for shirts and dresses, and told 2 elder children to whom she presented shoes that it was time they gave up paddling in the puddles. "God reward you, our lovely mistress, angel of God!" cried the women in every yard as she bade them farewell for a fortnight. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the evening the house was aglow with light. Tatiana Markovna could not do enough in honor of her guest and future connection. She had a great bed put up in the guest chamber that nearly reached to the ceiling and resembled a catafalque. Marfinka and Vikentyef gave full rein to their gay humor as they played and sang. Only Raisky's windows were dark. He had gone out immediately after dinner and had not returned to tea. The moon illuminated the new house, but left the old house in shadow. There was bustle in the yard, in the kitchen, and in the servants' rooms, where Marfa Yegorovna's coachman and servants were being entertained. From 7 o'clock onwards Vera had sat idle in the dusk by the feeble light of a candle, her head supported on her hand, leaning over the table, while with her other hand she turned over the leaves of a book at which she hardly glanced. She was protected from the cold autumn air from the open window by a big white woolen shawl thrown round her shoulders. She stood up after a time, laid the book on the table, and went to the window. She looked towards the sky and then at the gaily lighted house opposite. She shivered, and was about to shut the window when the report of a gun rolled up from the park through the quiet dusk. She shuddered and seemed to have lost the use of her limbs, then sank into a chair and bowed her head. When she rose and looked wildly round, her face had changed. Sheer fright and distress looked from her eyes. Again and again she passed her hand over her forehead and sat down at the table, only to jump up again. She tore the shawl from her shoulders and threw it on the bed. Then, with nervous haste, she opened and shut the cupboard. She looked on the divan, on the chairs, for something she apparently could not find, and then collapsed wearily on her chair. On the back of the chair hung a wrap, a gift from Tit Nikonich. She seized it and threw it over her head, rushed to the wardrobe, hunted in it with feverish haste, taking out first one coat, then another, until she had nearly emptied the cupboard, and dresses and cloaks lay in a heap on the floor. At last she found something warm and dark, put out the light, and went noiselessly down the steps into the open. She crossed the yard, hidden in the shadows, and took her way along the dark avenue. She did not walk, she flew, and when she crossed the open light patches her shadow was hardly visible for a moment, as if the moon had not time to catch the flying figure. When she reached the end of the avenue by the ditch which divided the garden from the park, she stopped a moment to get her breath. Then she crossed the park, hurried through the bushes, past her favorite bench, and reached the precipice. She picked up her skirts for the descent, when suddenly, as if he had risen out of the ground, Raisky stood between her and her goal. "Where are you going, Vera?" There was no answer. "Go back," he said, offering his hand, but she tried to push past him. "Vera, where are you going?"
"It is for the last time,"
she said in a pleading, shamed whisper.
"I must say good-bye. Make way for me, cousin. I will return in a moment. Wait for me here on this bench."
Without replying, he took her firmly by the hand, and she struggled in vain to free herself.
"Let me go! You are hurting me!"
But he did not give way, and the struggle proceeded.
"You will not hold me by force!"
she cried, and with unnatural strength freed herself and sought to dash past him. But he put his arm round her waist, took her to the bench, and sat down beside her.
"How rough and rude!"
she cried. "I cannot hold you back by force, Vera. I may be saving you from ruin."
"Can I be ruined against my own will?"
"It is against your will, yet you go to your ruin."
"There is no question of ruin. We must see one another again in order to separate."
"It is not necessary to see one another in order to separate."
"I must and will. An hour or a day later it is all the same. You may call the servants, the whole town, a file of soldiers, but no power will keep me back."
A second shot resounded. She pulled herself up, but was pressed down on the bench with the weight of Raisky's hands. She shook her head wildly in powerless rage.
"What reward do you hope from me for this virtuous deed?"
she hissed. He said nothing, but kept a watchful eye on her movements. After a time she besought him gently.
"Let me go, cousin."
But he refused.
"Cousin,"
she said, laying her hand gently on his shoulder,
"imagine that you sat upon hot coals, and were dying every minute of terror and of wild impatience, that happiness rose before you, stretching out enticing arms, only to vanish, that your whole being rose to meet it. Imagine that you saw before you a last hope, a last glimmer. That is how it is with me at this moment. The moment will be lost, and with it everything else."
Think, Vera. If in the hot thirst of fever you ask for ice, it is denied you. In your soberer moments yesterday you pointed out to me the practical means of rescue. You said I was not to let you go. And I will not. She fell on her knees before him and wrung her hands.
"I should curse you my whole life long for your violence. Give way. Perhaps it is my destiny that calls me."
"I was a witness yesterday, Vera, of where you seek your fate. You believe in a providence, and there is no other destiny."
"Yes,"
she answered submissively,
"I do believe. There, before the sacred picture, I sought for a spark to lighten my path, but in vain. What shall I do?"
she said, rising. "Do not go, Vera."
"Perhaps it is my destiny that sends me there, there where my presence may be needed. Don't try any longer to keep me, for I have made up my mind. My weakness is gone, and I have recovered control of myself and feel I am strong. It is not my destiny alone, but the destiny of another human being that is to be decided down there. Between me and him you are digging an abyss, and the responsibility will rest upon you. I shall never be consoled, and shall accuse you of having destroyed our happiness. Do not hold me back. You can only do it out of egoism, out of jealousy. You lied when you spoke to me of freedom. I hear the voice of passion, Vera, with all its sophistry and its deviations. You are practicing the arts of a Jesuit. Remember that you yourself bade me only yesterday not to leave you. Will you curse me for not yielding to you? On whom does the responsibility rest? Tell me who the man is. If I tell you, will you promise not to keep me back? She said quickly. I don't know, perhaps. Give me your word not to keep me any longer, and I give the name. Another shot rang out. She sprang to one side before he had time to take her by the hand. Go to grandmother, he commanded, adding gently. Tell her your trouble. For Christ's sake, let me go. I ask for alms like a beggar. I must be free. I take him to whom I prayed yesterday to witness that I am going for the last time. Do you hear? I will not break my oath. Wait here for me. I will return immediately. Will only say farewell to the wolf. Will hear a word from him, and perhaps he will yield. She rushed forward, fell to the ground in her haste, and tried in vain to rise. Torn by an unutterable pity, Raisky took no heed of his own suffering, but raised her in his arms and bore her down the precipice. The path is so steep here that you would fall again, he whispered. Presently he set her down on the path, and she stooped to kiss his hand. You are generous, cousin. Vera will not forget. With that she hurried into the thicket, jubilant as a bird set free from his cage. Raisky heard the rustle of the bushes as she pushed them aside, and the crackle of the dried twigs. In the half-ruined arbor waited Mark, with gun and cap laid upon the table. He walked up and down on the shaky floor, and whenever he trod on one end of a board, the other rose in the air, and then fell clattering back again. "The devil's music," he murmured angrily, sat down on a bench near the table, and pushed his hands through his thick hair. He smoked one cigarette after another, the burning match lighting up his pale, agitated face for a moment. After each shot, he listened for a few minutes, went out on the steps, and looked out into the bushes. When he returned, he walked up and down, raising the devil's music once more, threw himself on the bench, and ran his hands through his hair. After the third shot, he listened long and earnestly. As he heard nothing, he was on the point of going away. To relieve his gloomy feelings, he murmured a curse between his teeth, took the gun, and prepared to descend the path. He hesitated a few moments longer, then walked off with decision. Suddenly he met Vera. She stood still, breathing with difficulty, and laid her hand on her heart. As soon as he took her hand, she was calm. Mark could not conceal his joy, but his words of greeting did not betray it. "You used to be punctual, Vera," he said, "and I used not to have to waste 3 shots." "A reproach instead of a welcome," she said, drawing her hand away. "It's only by way of beginning a conversation happiness makes a fool of me, like Raisky." "If happiness gleamed before us, we should not be meeting in secret by this precipice," she said, drawing a long breath. "We should be sitting at your grandmother's tea-table and waiting till someone arranged our betrothal. Why dream of these impossible things? Your grandmother would not give you to me." "She would. She does what I wish. That is not the hindrance." "You are starting on this endless polemic again, Vera. We are meeting for the last time as you determined we should. Let us make an end of this torture." "I took an oath never to come here again." "Meanwhile the time is precious. We are parting forever, if stupidity commands, if your grandmother's antiquated convictions separate us." "I leave here a week from now. As you know, the document assuring my freedom has arrived. Let us be together, and not be separated again. Never?" "Never," he repeated angrily with a gesture of impatience. What lying words those are, never and always. Of course never. Does not a year, perhaps 2, 3 years, mean never? You want a never-ending tenderness. Does such a thing exist?
Enough, Mark. I have heard enough of this temporary affection. Ah, I am very unhappy. The separation from you is not the only cloud over my soul. For a year now I have been hiding myself from my grandmother, which oppresses me, and her still more. I hoped that in these days my trouble would end. We should put our thoughts, our hopes, our intentions on a clear footing. Then I would go to grandmother and say, "This is what I have chosen for my whole life, but it is not to be, and we are to part," she asked sadly.
If I conceived myself to be an angel, said Mark, I might say, for our whole lives, and you would be justified. That grey-headed dreamer, Raisky, also thinks that women are created for a higher purpose.
They are created above all for the family. They are not angels, neither are they most certainly mere animals. I'm no wolf's mate, Mark, but a woman.
For the family, yes. But is that any hindrance for us? You want draperies, for fine feelings, sympathies, and the rest of the stuff are nothing but draperies, like those famous leaves with which it is said human beings covered themselves in paradise.
Yes, Mark, human beings.
Mark smiled sarcastically and shrugged his shoulders.
They may be draperies,
continued Vera,
but they also, according to your own teaching, are given by nature. What I ask is it that attaches you to me? You say you love me. You have altered, grown thinner. Is it not by your conception of love a matter of indifference whether you choose a companion in me, or from the poor quarter of our town, or from a village on the Volga? What has induced you to come down here for a whole year?
Examine your own fallacy, Vera, he said, looking at her gloomily. Love is not a concept merely, but a driving force, a necessity, and therefore is mostly blind. But I am not blindly chained to you. Your extraordinary beauty, your intellect, and your free outlook hold me longer in thrall than would be possible with any other woman.
Very flattering,
she said in a low, pained voice. These ideas of yours, Vera, will bring us to disaster. But for them we should for long have been united and happy.
Happy for a time. And then a new driving force will appear on the scene, the stage will be cleared, and so on.
The responsibility is not ours. Nature has ordered it so, and rightly. Can we alter nature in order to live on concepts?
These concepts are essential principles. You have said yourself that nature has her laws, and human beings their principles.
That is where the germ of disintegration lies, in that men want to formulate principles from the driving force of nature, and thus to hamper themselves hand and foot. Love is happiness which nature has conferred on man. That is my view.
The happiness of which you speak, said Vera, rising, has as its complement duty. That is my view.
How fantastic! Forget your duty, Vera, and acquiesce in the fact that love is a driving force of nature, often an uncontrollable one. Then standing up to her, embraced her, saying, Is that not so, you most obstinate, beautiful, and wisest of women?
Yes, duty, she said haughtily, disengaging herself. For the years of happiness retribution will be exacted.
How? In making soup, nursing one another, looking at one another, and pretending, in harping on principles as we ourselves fade? If one half falls ill and retrogresses, shall the other, who is strong, who hears the call of life, allow himself to be held back by duty?
Yes, in that case he must not listen to the calls that come to him. He must, to use grandmother's expression, avoid the voice, as he would the brandy bottle. That is how I understand happiness. Your case must be a bad one, if it has to be bolstered up by quotations from your grandmother's wisdom. Tell me how firmly your principles are rooted. I will go to her today, direct from here. To tell her what? To tell her what there is between us. All that she does not know, she said, sitting down on the bench again. Why? You don't understand, because you don't know what duty means. I have been guilty before her for a long time. That is the morality which smothers life with mold and dullness. Vera, Vera, you don't love. You do not know how. You ought not to speak like that unless you wish to drive me to despair. Am I to think that there is deception in your past, that you want to ruin me when you do not love me? No, no, Vera, he said, rising hastily to his feet. If I had wanted to deceive you, I would have done so long ago. What a desperate war you wage against yourself, Mark, and how you ruin your own life, she cried, wringing her hands. Let us cease to quarrel, Vera. Your grandmother speaks through you, but with another voice. That was all very well once, but now we are in the flood of another life, where neither authority nor preconceived ideas will help us, where truth alone asserts her power. Where is truth? In happiness, in the joy of love. And I love you. Why do you torture me? Why do you fight against me and against yourself and make two victims? It is a strange reproach. Look at me. It is only a few days since we saw one another, and have I not changed? I see that you suffer, and that makes it the more senseless. Now I too ask, what has induced you to come down here for all this time? Because I had not earlier realized the horror of my position. You will say, she said with a look that was almost hostile, we might have asked one another this question and made this reproach long ago, and might have ceased to meet here. Better late than never. Today we must answer the question. What is it that we wanted and expected from one another? Here is my irrefragable opinion. I want your love, and I give you mine. In love I recognize solely the principle of reciprocation as it obtains in nature. The law that I acknowledge is to follow unfettered our strong impression, to exchange happiness for happiness. This answers your question of why I came here. Is sacrifice necessary? Call it what you will, there is no sacrifice in my scheme of life. I will no longer wander in this morass, and don't understand how I have wasted my strength so long, certainly not for your sake, but essentially for my own. Here I will stay so long as I am happy, so long as I love. If my love grows cold, I shall tell you so, and go wherever life leads me, without taking any baggage of duties and privileges with me. Those I leave here in the depths below the precipice. You see, Vera, I don't deceive you, but speak frankly. Naturally, you possess the same rights as I. The mob above there lies to itself and others, and calls this his principles. But in secret and by cunning it acts in the same way, and only lays its ban on the women. Between us there must be equality. Is that fair or not? Sophistry, she said, shaking her head. You know my principles, Mark. To hang like stones round one another's necks. Love imposes duties, just as life demands them. If you had an old blind mother, you would maintain and support her, would remain by her. An honorable man holds it to be his duty and his pleasure too.
You philosophize, Vera, but you do not love.
You avoid my argument, Mark. I speak my opinion plainly, for I am a woman, not an animal or a machine. Your love is the fantastic, elaborate type described in novels. Is what you ask of me honorable? Against my convictions I am to go into a church, to submit to a ceremony which has no meaning for me. I don't believe any of it and can't endure the parson. Should I be acting logically or honorably? Vera hastily wrapped herself in her mantilla and stood up to go. We met, Mark, to remove all the obstacles that stand in the way of our happiness, but instead of that, we are increasing them. You handle roughly things that are sacred to me. Why do you call me here? I thought you had surrendered, that we should take one another's hands forever. Every time I have taken the path down the cliff, it has been in this hope, and in the end I am disappointed. Do you know, Mark, where the true life lies? Where? In the heart of a loving woman. To be the friend of such a woman... Tears stifled her voice, but through her sobs she whispered, I cannot, Mark. Neither my intellect nor my strength are sufficient to dispute with you. My weapon is weak and has no value except that I have drawn it from the armory of a quiet life, not from books or hearsay. I had thought to conquer you with other weapons. Do you remember how all this began? She said, sitting down once more. At first I was sorry for you. You were here alone, with no one to understand you, and everyone fled at the sight of you. I was drawn to you by sympathy, and saw something strange and undisciplined in you. You had no care for propriety, you were incautious in speech, you played rashly with life, cared for no human being, had no faith of your own, and sought to win disciples. From curiosity I followed your steps, allowed you to meet me, took books from you. I recognized in you intellect and strength, but strangely mixed and directed away from life. Then to my sorrow I imagined that I would teach you to value life. I wanted you to live so that you should be higher and better than anyone else. I quarreled with you over your undisciplined way of living. You submitted to my influence, and I submitted to yours, to your intellect, your audacity, and even adopted part of your sophistry. But you soon, put in Mark, retraced your steps and were seized with fear of your grandmother. Why did you not leave me when you first became aware of my sophistry? Sophistry! It was too late, for I had already taken your fate too intimately to heart. I believed with all possible ardor that you would for my sake comprehend life, that you would cease to wander about to your own injury and without advantage to anyone else, that you would accept a substantial position of some kind, vice-governor, counselor, or something of the kind. He mocked. What's in the name? Yes, I thought that you would show yourself a man of action in a wide sphere of influence, as a well-disposed subject, and as jack of all trades, and what else? My lifelong friend. I let my hopes of you take hold on me, and was carried away by them, and what are my gains in the terrible conflict? One only, that you flee from love, from happiness, from life, and from your Vera. She drew closer to him and touched his shoulder. Don't fly from us, Mark. Look in my eyes, listen to my voice, which speaks with the voice of truth. Let us go tomorrow up the hill into the garden, and tomorrow there will be no happier pair than we are. You love me, Mark. Mark, do you hear? Look at me. She stooped and looked into his eyes. He got sharply to his feet and shook his mass of hair. Vera took up her black mantilla once more, but her hands refused to obey her, and the mantilla fell on the floor. She took a step towards the door, but sank down again on the bench. Where could she find strength to hold him when she had not even strength to leave the arbor, she wondered. And even if she could hold him, what would be the consequences? Not one life, but two separate lives, two prisons, divided by a grating. We are both brusque and strong, Vera. That is why we torture one another, why we are separating. If I were strong, you would not leave Malinovka. You would ascend the hill with me, not clandestinely, but boldly by my side. Come and share life and happiness with me. Is it impossible that you should not trust me? Impossible that you are insincere? For that would be a crime. What shall I do? How shall I bring home to you the truth? You would have to be stronger than I, but we are of equal strength. That is why we dispute and are not of one mind. We must separate without bringing our struggle to an issue. One must submit to the other. I could take forcible possession of you as I could of any other woman. But what in another woman is prudery, or pretty fair, or stupidity, is in you strength and womanly determination. The mist that divided us is dispersed. We have made our position clear. Nature has endued you with a powerful weapon, Vera. The antiquated ideas, morality, duty, principles, and faiths that do not exist for me are firmly established with you. You are not easily carried away. You put up a desperate fight and will only confess yourself conquered under terms of equality with your opponent. You are wrong, for it is a kind of theft. You ask to be conquered and to carry off all the spoils. I, Vera, cannot give everything, but I respect you. Vera gave him a glance in which there was a trace of pride, but her heart beat with the pain of parting. His words were a model of what a farewell should be. "We have gone to the bottom of the matter," said Mark dully, "and I leave the decision in your hands." He went to the other side of the arbor, keeping his eyes fixed upon her. "I am not deceiving you, even now in this decisive moment when my head is giddy. I cannot. I do not promise you an unending love, because I do not believe in such a thing. I will not be your betrothed, but I love you more than anything else in the world. If, after all I have told you, you come to my arms, it means that you love me, that you are mine." She looked across at him with wide-open eyes and felt that her whole body was trembling. A doubt shot through her mind. Was he a Jesuit? Or was the man who brought her into this dangerous dilemma in reality of unbending honor? "Yours forever?" she said in a low voice. If he said yes, it would, she knew, be a bridge for the moment to help her over the abyss that divided them, but that afterwards she would be plunged into the abyss. She was afraid of him. Mark was painfully agitated, but he answered in a subdued tone, "I do not know. I only know what I am doing now and do not see even into the near future. Neither can you. Let us give love for love, and I remain here, quieter than the waters of the pool, humbler than grass. I will do what you will, and what do you ask more? Or," he added, suddenly coming nearer, "we will leave this place altogether." In a lightning flash the wide world seemed to smile before her, as if the gates of paradise were open. She threw herself in Mark's arms and laid her hand on his shoulder. If she went away into the far distance with him, she thought, he could not tear himself from her, and once alone with her, he must realize that life was only life in her presence. Will you decide?" he asked seriously. She said nothing but bowed her head. "Or do you fear your grandmother?" The last words brought her to her senses, and she stepped back. "If I do not decide," she whispered, "it is only because I fear her. The old lady would not let you go." "She would let me go, and would give me her blessing, but she herself would die of grief. That is what I fear." "To go away together," she said dreamily. "And what then?" She looked up at him searchingly. "And then? How can I know, Vera? You will suddenly be driven from me. You will go and leave me as if I were merely a log." "Why a log? We could separate as friends." "Separation! Do the ideas of love and separation exist side by side in your mind? They are extremes which should never meet. Separation must only come with death. Farewell, Mark. You can never promise me the happiness that I seek. All is at an end. Farewell." "Farewell, Vera," he said in a voice quite unlike his own. Both were pale and avoided one another's eyes. In the white moonlight that gleamed through the trees Vera sought her mantilla and grasped the gun instead. At last she found the mantilla, but could not put it on her shoulders. Mark helped her mechanically, but left his own belongings behind. They went silently up the path, with slow and hesitating steps, as if each expected something from the other, both of them occupied with the same mental effort to find a pretext for delay. They came at last to the spot where Mark's way lay across a low fence, and hers by the winding path through the bushes up to the park. Vera stood still. She seemed to see the events of her whole life pass before her in quick succession, but saw none filled with bitterness like the present. Her eyes filled with tears. She felt a violent impulse to look round once more, to see him once more, to measure with her eyes the extent of her loss, and then to hurry on again. But however great her sorrow for her wrecked happiness, she dare not look round, for she knew it would be equivalent to saying yes to destiny. She took a few steps up the path. Mark strode fiercely away towards the hedge like a wild beast balked of his prey. He had not lied when he said that he esteemed Vera, but it was an esteem wrung from him against his will, the esteem of the soldier for a brave enemy. He cursed the old-fashioned ideas which had enchained her free and vivacious spirit. His suffering was the suffering of despair. He was in the mood of a madman who would shatter a treasure of which the possession was denied him, in order that no one else might possess it. He was ready to spring and could hardly restrain himself from laying violent hands on Vera. By his own confession to her, he would have treated any other woman so, but not Vera. Then the conviction gnawed at his heart that for the sake of the woman who was now escaping him, he was neglecting his mission. His pride suffered unspeakably by the confession of his own powerlessness. He admitted that the beautiful statue, filled with the breath of life, had character. She acted in accordance with her own proud will, not by the influence of outside suggestion. His new conception of truth did not subdue her strong, healthy temperament. It rather induced her to submit it to a minute analysis and to stick closer to her own conception of the truth. And now she was going, and as the traces of her footsteps would vanish, so all that had passed between them would be lost, and with her went all the charm and glory of life, never to return. He stamped his feet with rage and swung himself on to the fence. He would cast one glance in her direction to see if the haughty creature was really going. One more glance, thought Vera. She turned and shuddered to see Mark sitting on the fence and gazing at her. "Farewell, Mark!" she cried in a voice trembling with despair. From his throat there issued a low, wild cry of triumph. In a moment he was by her side, with victory and the conviction of her surrender in his heart. "Vera, you have come back for always. You have at last understood. What happiness! God forgive—" She did not complete her sentence, for she lay wrapped in his embrace, her sobs quenched by his kisses. He raised her in his arms, and like a wild animal carrying off his prey, ran with her back to the arbor. God forgive her for having turned back. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Raisky lay on the grass at the top of the cliff for a long time, in gloomy meditation, groaning over the penalty he must pay for his generosity, suffering alike for himself and Vera. Perhaps she is laughing at my folly down there with him. "Who is there?" he cried aloud, stung with rage. "I will have his name." He saw himself merely as a shield to cover her passion. He sprang up wildly and hurried down the precipice, tearing his clothes in the bushes and listening in vain for a suspicious rustling. He told himself that it was an evil thing to pry into another's secret. It was robbery. He stood still a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow, but his sufferings overcame his scruples. He felt his way stealthily forward, cursing every broken branch that cracked under his feet, and unconscious of the blows he received on his face from the rebounding branches as he forced his way through. He threw himself on the ground to regain his breath, then, in order not to betray his presence, crept along, digging his nails into the ground as he went. When he reached the suicide's grave he halted, uncertain which way to follow, and at length made for the arbor, listening and searching the ground as he went. Meanwhile everything was going on as usual in Tatiana Markovna's household. After supper the company sat yawning in the hall, Tit Nikonich alone being indefatigable in his attentions, shuffling his foot when he made a polite remark, and looking at each lady as if he were ready to sacrifice everything for her sake. "Where is Monsieur Boris?" inquired Polina Karpovna, addressing Tatiana Markovna. "Probably he is paying a visit in the town. He never says where he spends his time, so that I never know where to send the carriage for him." Inquiries made of Jacob revealed the fact that he had been in the garden up to a late hour. Vera was not in the house when she was summoned to tea. She had left word that they were not to keep supper for her, and that she would send across for some if she were hungry. No one but Raisky had seen her go. Tatiana Markovna sighed over their perversity, to be wandering about at such hour, in such cold weather. "I will go into the garden," said Polina Karpovna. "Perhaps Monsieur Boris is not far away. He'll be delighted to see me. I noticed," she continued confidentially, "that he had something to say to me. He could not have known I was here." Marfinka whispered to Vikentiev that he did know, and had gone out on that account. "I will go, Marfa Vasilievna, and hide behind a bush, imitate Boris Pavlovitch's voice, and make her a declaration," suggested Vikentiev. "Stay here, Nikolai Andreevich. Polina Karpovna might be frightened and faint. Then you would have to reckon with grandmother." "I am going into the garden for a moment to fetch the fugitive," said Polina Karpovna.
"God be with you, Polina Karpovna," said Tatiana Markovna. "Don't put your nose outside in the darkness, or at any rate take Yegorka with you to carry a lantern." "No, I will go alone. It is not necessary for anyone to disturb us." "You ought not," intervened Tit Nikonich politely, "to go out after 8 o'clock on these damp nights. I would not have ventured to detain you, but a physician from Düsseldorf on the Rhine, whose book I am now reading, and can lend you if you like, and who gives excellent advice, says—" Polina Karpovna interrupted him by asking him if he would see her home, and then went into the garden before he could resume his remarks. He agreed to her request and shut the door after her. Soon after Polina Karpovna's exit, there was a rustling and crackling on the precipice, and Raisky, wearing the aspect of a restless, wounded animal, appeared out of the darkness. He sat for several minutes motionless on Vera's favorite bench, covering his eyes with his hands. Was it dream or reality, he asked himself. He must have been mistaken. Such a thing could not be. He stood up, then sat down again to listen. With his hands lying listlessly on his knees, he broke into laughter over his doubts, his questionings, his secret. Again he had an access of terrible laughter. Vera and he! The cloak which he himself had sent to the exile lay near the arbor. The rogue had been clever enough to get 220 roubles for the settlement of his wager, and the earlier 80 in addition. Secletaire Burdalakov! Again he laughed with a laugh very near a groan. Suddenly he stopped and put his hand to his side, seized with a sudden consciousness of pain. Vera was free, but he told himself she had dared to mock another fellow human being who had been rash enough to love her. She had mocked her friend. His soul cried for revenge. He sprang up intent on revenge, but was checked by the question of how to avenge himself. To bring Tatiana Markovna with lanterns and a crowd of servants, and to expose the scandal in a glare of light, to say to her, "Here is the serpent you have carried for 22 years in your bosom," that would be a vulgar revenge, of which he knew himself to be incapable. Such a revenge would hit not Vera but his aunt, who was to him like his mother. His head drooped for a moment, then he rose and hurried like a madman down the precipice once more. There in the depths passion was holding her festival. Night drew her curtain over the song of love, love with Mark. If she had surrendered to another lover, to the tall, handsome Tushin, the owner of land, lake, and forest, and the Olympian tamer of horses, he could hardly breathe. Against his will there rose before him from the depths of the precipice the vision of Vera's figure, glorified with a seductive beauty that he had never yet seen in her. And though he was devoured by agony, he could not take his eyes from the vision. At her feet, like a lion at rest, lay Mark, with triumph on his face. Her foot rested on his head. Horror seized him and drove him onward to destroy and mar the vision. He seemed to hear in the air the flattering words, the songs and the sighs of passion. The vision became fainter, misenshrouded, and finally vanished into air, but the rage for revenge remained. Everywhere was stillness and darkness as he climbed the hill once more, but when he reached Vera's bench, he saw a human shadow. "Who is there?" he cried. "Monsieur Brice, it is I, Polina." "You? What are you doing here?" "I came because I knew that you have long had something to say to me, but have hesitated. Du courage.
There is no one to see or hear us. Espérez tout.
What do you want? Speak out.
Que vous m'aimez. I have known it for a long time. Vous m'avez fui, mais la passion vous a ramené ici.
He seized her roughly by the hand and pushed her to the edge of the precipice.
Ah, de grâce! Mais pas si brusquement. Qu'est-ce que vous faites? Me laissez donc.
She groaned. Her anxiety was not altogether groundless, for she stood on the edge of an abrupt fall of the ground, and he grasped her hand more determinedly. "You want love," he cried to the terrified woman. "Listen, tonight is love's night. Do you hear the sighs, the kisses, the breath of passion?"
Let me go! Let me go! I shall fall.
"Away from here!" he cried, loosening his grasp and drawing a deep breath. Like a madman he ran across the garden and the flower garden into the yard where Yegorka was washing his hands and face at the spring. "Bring my trunk!" he cried. "I'm going to St. Petersburg in the morning." He ran water over his hands and washed his face and eyes before he turned to go to his room. He could not stay within the four walls of his chamber. He went out again and again, unprotected against the cold, to look at Vera's window. It was hardly possible to see 10 paces ahead in the darkness. He went to the acacia arbor to watch for Vera's return, and was furious because he could not conceal himself there, now that the leaves had fallen. He sat there in torture until morning dawned, not from passion which had been drowned in that night's experiences. What passion would stand such a shock as this? But he had an unconquerable desire to look Vera in the face, this new Vera, and with one glance of scorn to show her the shame, the affront she had put on him, on their aunt, on the whole household, on their society, on womanhood itself. He awaited her return in a fever of impatience. Suddenly he sprang up with an evil look of triumph on his face. "Fate has given me the idea," he thought. He found the gate still locked, but there was a lamp before the icon in Savelli's room, and he ordered him to let him out and to leave the gates unlocked. He took from his room the bouquet holder and hastened to the orangery to the gardener. He had to wait a long time before it opened. The light grew stronger. When he looked over at the trees in the orangery, an evil smile again crossed his face. The gardener was arranging Marfinka's bouquet. "I want another bouquet," said Raisky unsteadily. "One like this?" "No, only orange blossoms," he whispered, turning paler as he spoke. "Right, sir," said the gardener, recalling that one of Tatiana Markovna's young ladies was betrothed. "I am thirsty," said Raisky. "Give me a glass of water." He drank the water greedily and hurried the gardener on. When the second bouquet was ready, he paid lavishly. He returned to the house cautiously, carrying the 2 bouquets. As he did not know whether Vera had returned in his absence, he had Marina called and sent her to see if her mistress was at home or had already gone out walking. On hearing she was out, he ordered Marfinka's bouquet to be put on Vera's table and the window to be opened. Then he dismissed Marina and returned to the acacia arbor. Passion and jealousy, set loose, raged unchecked, and when pity raised her head, she was quenched by the torturing, overmastering feeling of outrage. He suppressed the low voice of sympathy, and his better self was silent. He was shuddering, conscious that poison flowed in his veins, the poison of lies and deception. "I must either shoot this dog Mark or myself," he thought. He held the bouquet of orange blossoms in his 2 hands like a sacred thing, and drank in its beauty with a wild delight. Then he fixed his eyes on the dark avenue, but she did not come.
Broad daylight came, a fine rain began to fall and made the paths sodden. At last Vera appeared in the distance. His heart beat faster, and his knees trembled so that he had to steady himself by the bench to keep from falling. She came slowly nearer, with her bowed head wrapped in a dark mantilla, held in place over her breast by her pale hands, and walked into the porch without seeing him. Raisky sprang from his place of observation and hid himself under her window. She entered her room in a dream, without noticing that her clothes, which she had flung on the floor when she went out, had been put back again, and without observing the bouquet on the table or the opened window. Mechanically she threw aside her mantilla and changed her muddy shoes for satin slippers. Then she sank down on the divan and closed her eyes. After a brief minute she was awakened from her dream by a thud of something falling on the floor. She opened her eyes and saw on the floor a great sheaf of orange blossoms, which had plainly been thrown through the window. Pale as death, and without picking up the flowers, she hurried to the window. She saw Raisky as he went away, and stood transfixed. He looked round, and their eyes met. She was seized by pain so sharp that she could hardly breathe, and stepped back. Then she saw the bouquet intended for Marfinka on the table. She picked it up, half unconsciously, to press it to her face, but it slipped from her hands, and she herself fell unconscious on the floor. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At 10 o'clock the big bell in the village church began to sound for Mass. Tatiana Markovna's household was full of stir and bustle. The horses were being harnessed to the caleche and to an old-fashioned carriage. The coachmen, already drunk, donned their new dark blue kaftans, and their hair shone with grease. The women servants made a gay picture in their many-colored cotton dresses, head and neck kerchiefs, and the maids employed in the house diffused a scent of cloves within a 10 yards radius. The cooks had donned their white caps in the early morning, and had been incessantly busy in the preparation of the breakfast, dinner, and supper, to be served to the family and their guests, the kitchen, and the servants the visitors brought with them. Tatiana Markovna had begun to make her toilet at 8 o'clock as soon as she had given her orders. She descended to the hall to greet her guests with the reserved dignity of a great lady, and the gentle smile of a happy mother and a hospitable hostess. She had set a small simple cap on her grey hair. The light brown silk dress that Raisky had brought from St. Petersburg suited her well, and round her neck she wore beautiful old lace. The Turkish shawl lay on the armchair in her room. Now she was preparing to drive to Mass, and walked slowly up and down the hall with crossed hands, awaiting the assembly of the household. She hardly noticed the bustle round her, as the servants went hither and thither, sweeping the carpets, cleaning the lamps, dusting the mirrors, and taking the covers from the furniture. She went first to one window and then to the other, looking out meditatively on the road, the garden, and the courtyards. Vikentyev's mother was dressed in pearl grey with dark lace trimmings. Vikentyev himself had been in his dress coat and white gloves from 8 o'clock onwards. Tatiana Markovna's pride and joy knew no bounds when Marfinka appeared, radiating gaiety from her bright eyes. While she slept, the walls of her 2 rooms had been decorated with flowers and garlands. She was going to put on her simple blouse when she woke, but instead there lay on the chair by her bed a morning gown of lace and muslin, with pink ribbons. She had not had time to give vent to her admiration when she saw on two other chairs two lovely dresses, one pink and one blue, for her to make her choice for the gala day. She jumped up and threw on her new morning gown without waiting to put on her stockings, and when she approached her mirror she found a new surprise in the gifts that lay on her toilet table. She did not know which to look at or which to take up. First she opened a lovely rosewood casket which contained a complete dressing set, flasks, combs, brushes, and endless trifles in glass and silver, with a card bearing the name of her future mamma. Beside it lay cases of different sizes. She threw a quick glance in the mirror, smoothed back her abundant hair from her eyes, seized all the cases in a heap, and sat down on the bed to look at them. She hesitated to open them, and finally began with the smallest, which contained an emerald ring, which she hastily put on her finger. A larger case held earrings, which she inserted in her ears, and admired in the glass from the bed. There were massive gold bracelets set with rubies and diamonds, which she also put on. Last of all she opened the largest case and looked astonished and dazzled at its splendid contents, a chain of strung diamonds, 21 to match her years. The accompanying card said, "With this gift I confide to you another, a costly one, my best of friends, myself. Take care of him. Your lover, Vikentiev." She laughed, looked round, kissed the card, blushed, sprang from the bed, and laid the case in her cupboard, in the box where she kept her bonbons. There was still another case on the table containing Raisky's gift of a watch, whose enamel cover bore her monogram and its chain. She looked at it with wide eyes, threw another glance at the other gifts and the garlanded walls, then threw herself on a chair and wept hot tears of joy. "Oh, God!" she sobbed happily, "why does everyone love me so? I do no good to anyone and never shall." And so, undressed, without shoes and stockings, but adorned with rings, bracelets, diamond earrings, she tearfully sought her aunt, who caressed and kissed her darling when she heard the cause of her tears. "God loves you, Marfinka, because you love others, because all who see you are infected by your happiness." Marfinka dried her tears. "Nikolai Andreevich loves me, but he is my fiancé. So does his mamma, but so does my cousin Boris Pavlovitch. And what am I to him?" "The same as you are to everyone. No one can look at you and not be happy. You are modest, pure and good, obedient to your grandmother." "Spendthrift," she murmured in an aside to hide her pleasure. "Such a costly gift. You shall hear of this, Borushka." "Grandmother, as if Boris Pavlovitch could not have guessed it. I have wanted a little enameled watch like this for a long time." "You haven't asked your grandmother why she gives you nothing?" Marfinka shut her mouth with a kiss. "Grandmother," she said, "love me always, if you want to make me happy." "With my love I will give you my enduring gift," she said, making the sign of the cross over Marfinka, "so that you shall not forget my blessing," she went on, feeling in her pocket. "You have given me 2 dresses, grandmother, but who decorated my room so magnificently?" "Your fiancé and Polina Karpovna sent the things yesterday and kept them out of your sight. Vasilisa and Pashutka hung the garlands up at daybreak. The dresses are part of your trousseau, and there are more to follow." Then, taking from its case a gold cross with 4 large diamonds, she hung it round the girl's neck, and gave her a plain, simple bracelet with the inscription, "From grandmother to her grandchild," and with the name and the date. Marfinka kissed her aunt's hand and nearly wept once more. "All that grandmother has, and she has many things, will be divided between you and Verotchka. Now make haste. How lovely you are today, grandmother! Cousin is right, Tit Nikonich will fall in love with you. Nonsense, chatterbox! Go to Verotchka and tell her not to be late for mass. I would have gone myself, but am afraid of the steps. Directly, grandmother, cried Marfinka and hastened to change her dress. Vera lay unconscious for half an hour before she came to herself. The cold wind that streamed through the open window fell on her face, and she sat up to look around her. Then she rose, shut the window, walked unsteadily to the bed, sank down on it, and drawing the cover over herself, lay motionless. Overpowered with weakness, she fell into a deep sleep, with her hair loose over the pillow. She slept heavily for about 3 hours, until she was awakened by the noise in the courtyard, the many voices, the creaking of wheels, and the sound of bells. She opened her eyes, looked round, and listened. There was a light knock at the door, but Vera did not stir. There was a louder knock, but she remained motionless. At the third she got up, glanced in the glass, and was terrified by the sight of her own face. She pushed her hair into order, threw a shawl over her shoulders, picked up Marfinka's bouquet from the floor and laid it on the table. There was another knock, and she opened the door. Marfinka, gay and lovely, gleaming like a rainbow in her pretty clothes, flew into the room. When she saw her sister, she stood still in amazement. "What is the matter with you, Verotchka? Aren't you well?" "Not quite. I offer you my congratulations." The sisters kissed one another. "How lovely you are, and how beautifully dressed," said Vera, making a faint attempt to smile. Her lips framed one, but her eyes were like the eyes of a corpse, that no one has remembered to close. But she felt she must control herself, and hastened to present Marfinka with the bouquet. "What a lovely bouquet! And what is this?" asked Marfinka as she felt a hard substance, and discovered the holder set with her name and the pearls. "You too, Verotchka! How is it you all love me so? I love you all, how I love you! But how and when you found out that I did, I cannot think." Vera was not capable of answering, but she caressed Marfinka's shoulder affectionately. "I must sit down," she said. "I have slept badly through the night." "Grandmother calls you to mass." "I cannot, darling. Tell her I am unwell and cannot leave the house today." "What? Are you not coming?" "I shall stay in bed. Perhaps I caught cold yesterday. Tell grandmother." "We will come to you." "You would only disturb me." "Then we shall send everything over. Ah, Verotchka, people have sent me so many presents, and flowers, and bonbons. I must show them to you." And she ran over a list of them. "Yes, show me everything. Perhaps I will come later," said Vera absently. "Another bouquet?" asked Marfinka, pointing to the one that lay on the floor. "For whom? How lovely!" "For you too," said Vera, turning paler. She picked a ribbon hastily from a drawer and fastened the bouquet with it. Then she kissed her sister and sank down on the divan. "You are really ill? How pale you are! Shall I tell grandmother and let her send for the doctor? How sad that it should be on my birthday! The day is spoiled for me." "It will pass. Don't say a word to grandmother. Don't frighten her. Leave me now, I must rest." At last Marfinka went. Vera shut the door after her and lay down on the divan. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Raisky returned to his room at daybreak and looked in the mirror, he hardly recognized himself. He felt chilly, and sent Marina for a glass of wine, which he drank before he threw himself on his bed. Overcome by moral and physical exhaustion, he slept as if he had thrown himself into the arms of a friend, and had confided his trouble to him. Sleep did him the service of a friend, for it carried him far from Vera, from Malinovka, from the precipice, from the fantastic vision of last night. When the ringing of many bells awoke him, he lay for several minutes under the soothing influence of the physical rest which built a rampart between him and yesterday. There was no agony in his awakening moments, but soon memory revived, and his face wore an expression more terrible than in the worst moments of yesterday. A pain different from yesterday's, a new devil, had hurled itself upon him. He seized one piece of clothing after another and dressed as hastily and nervously as Vera had done as she prepared to go to the precipice. He rang for Yegorka, from whom he learned that everybody except Vera, who was not well, had driven to mass. In wild agitation he dashed across to the old house. There was no response when he knocked at Vera's door. He opened it cautiously and stole in like a man with murderous intent, with horror imprinted on his features, and advanced on tiptoe, trembling, deadly pale, with swaying steps, as if he might fall at any minute. Vera lay on the divan, with her face turned away, her hair falling down almost to the floor, and her slipper-clad feet hardly covered by her grey skirt. She tried to turn round when she heard the noise of the opening door, but could not. He approached, knelt at her feet, and pressed his lips to the slipper she wore. Suddenly she turned and stared at him in astonishment. "Is it comedy or romance, Boris Pavlovich?" she asked brusquely, turned in annoyance, and hid her foot under the skirt, which she straightened quickly. "No, Vera. Tragedy," he whispered in a lifeless voice, and sat down on the chair near the divan. The tone of his voice moved her to turn and look keenly at him, and her eyes opened wide with astonishment. She threw aside her shawl and rose. She had divined in Raisky's face the presence of the same deadly suffering that she herself endured. "What is your trouble? Are you unhappy?" she said, laying her hand on his shoulder. In the simple word and in the tone of her voice there were revealed the generous qualities of a woman, sympathy, selflessness, and love. Keenly touched by the kindness and tenderness in her voice, he looked at her with the same rapturous gratitude which she had worn on her face yesterday when in self-forgetfulness he had helped her down the precipice. She returned generosity with generosity, just as yesterday there had streamed from him a gleam of one of the highest qualities of the human mind. He was all the more in despair over what he had done, and wept hot tears. He hid his face in his hands, like a man for whom all is lost. "What have I done? I have insulted you, woman and sister. Do not make us both suffer," she said in a gentle, friendly tone. "Spare me. You see how I am." He tried not to meet her eyes, and she again lay down on the divan. "What a blow I dealt you," he whispered in horror. "You see my punishment, Vera. Your blow gave me a minute's pain, and then I understood that it was not delivered with an indifferent hand, that you loved me, and it became clear to me how you must have suffered yesterday." "Don't justify my crime, Vera. A knife is a knife, and I aimed a knife at you." "You brought me to myself. I was as if I slept, and you, grandmother, Marfinka, and the whole house I saw as if in a dream." "What am I to do, Vera? Fly from here? In what a state of mind I should leave? Let me endure my penance here, and be reconciled, as far as is possible, with myself, with all that has happened here." "Your imagination paints what was only a fault as a crime. Remember your condition when you did it, your agitation. She gave him her hand and continued, "I know now what one is capable of doing in the fever of emotion." She set herself to calm him in spite of her own weariness. "You are good, Vera, and womanlike. Judge not with your brain, but with your heart." "You are too severe with yourself. Another would have thought himself justified after all the jesting. You remember those letters? With whatever good intention of calming your agitation, of answering your jest with jests, it was malicious mockery. You suffered more from those letters than I did yesterday." "Oh dear, no. I have often laughed over them, especially when you asked for a cloak, a rug, and money for the exile." "What money? What cloak? What exile?" she exclaimed in astonishment. "I don't understand." "I myself had suspicions," he said, his face clearing a little. "I could not believe that that was your idea." And in a few words he told her the contents of the two letters. Her lips turned white. "Natasha and I wrote to you turn and turn about in the same handwriting, amusing little letters in which we tried to imitate yours. That is all. I didn't know anything about the other letters," she whispered, turning her face to the wall. Raisky strode up and down in thought, while Vera appeared to be resting exhausted by the conversation. "Cousin," she said suddenly, "I ask your help in a very important matter, and I know you will not refuse me." A glance at his face told her that there was nothing she could not ask of him. "While I still have strength, I want to tell you the whole history of this year." "Why should you do that? I will not, and I ought not to know." "Do not disturb me, Boris. I can hardly breathe, and time is precious. I will tell you the whole story, and you must repeat it to our grandmother." "I could not do it," she said. "My tongue would not say the words. I would rather die." He looked at her with an expression of blank terror. "But why should grandmother be told? Think of the consequences. Would it not be better to keep her in ignorance?" "No, the burden must be borne. It is possible that grandmother and I will both die of it, or we shall lose our senses, but I will not deceive her. She ought to have known it long ago, but I hoped to be able to tell her another story, and therefore was silent." "To tell her everything, even of yesterday evening?" he asked in a low tone. "And the name also?" She nodded almost imperceptibly in assent. Then she made him sit down on the divan beside her, and in low broken sentences told the story of her relations with Mark. When she had finished, she wrapped herself, shivering with cold, in her shawl. He rose from his seat. Both were silent, each of them in terror, she as she thought of her grandmother, he as he thought of them both. Before him lay the prospect of having to deal Tatiana Markovna one thrust after another, and that not in the heat of passion or in an access of blind revenge, but in the consciousness of a most painful duty. It might be, as she said, an important service, but it was certainly a terrible commission. "When shall I tell her?" he asked. "As soon as possible, for I shall suffer so long as I know she is in ignorance. And now, give me the eau de cologne from the dressing table and leave me alone." "It would not do to tell grandmother today, when the house is full of guests, but tomorrow," said Raisky. "How shall I survive it? But till tomorrow, calm her by some means or other, so that she has no suspicion and sends no one here." She closed her eyes in a longing for impenetrable night, for rest without an awakening. She would like to have been turned into a thing of stone, so that she could neither think nor feel. When he left her, he was weighed down with a greater weight of fear than that which he had brought to the interview. Vera rose as soon as he left her, closed the door, and lay down again. She had found consolation and help in Raisky's friendship, his sympathy and devotion, as a drowning man rises to the surface for a moment, but as soon as he was gone she fell back deeper into the depths. She told herself in despair that life was over. Before her there stretched the bare steppe. There was no longer for her a family, nor anything on which a woman's life depends. She would have to stand before her aunt, to look her in the eyes, and to tell her how she had recompensed her love and care. Suddenly she heard steps and her aunt's voice. Pale and motionless, as if she had lost the use of hands and feet, she listened to the light tap at the door. "I will not get up, I cannot," she thought. But when the knock was repeated, she sprang up with a strength which astonished herself, dried her eyes, and went smiling to meet her aunt. When Tatiana Markovna had heard from Marfinka that Vera was ill, and would remain in her room all day, she had come herself to inquire. She glanced at Vera and sat down on the divan. "This service has tired me so that I could hardly walk up the steps. What's the matter with you, Vera?" she continued, looking keenly at her. "I congratulate Marfinka on her birthday," said Vera in the voice of a little girl who has learned her speech by heart. She kissed her grandmother's hand and wondered how she had managed to bring the words over her lips. "I got wet feet yesterday and have a headache." She tried to smile, but there was no smile on her lips. "You must rub your feet with spirit," remarked Tatiana Markovna, who had noticed the strained voice and the unnatural smile, and guessed a lack of frankness. "Are you coming to be with us, Vera? Don't force yourself to do so, and so make yourself worse," she continued, seeing that Vera was incapable of answering. Vera was all the more frightened by her aunt's consideration for her. Her conscience stirred, and she felt that Tatiana Markovna must already know all, and that her confession would come too late. She was on the point of falling on her breast and making her confession there and then, but her strength failed her. "Excuse me, grandmother, from dinner. Perhaps I will come over in the afternoon." "As you like. I will send your dinner across." "Thank you. I'm already quite hungry," said Vera quickly, without knowing what she said. Tatiana Markovna kissed her and stroked her hair, remarking casually that one of the maids should come and do her room, as she might have a visitor. Tatiana Markovna returned sadly to the house. She was indeed politely attentive to her guests, as she always was, but Raisky noticed immediately that something was wrong with her after her visit to Vera. She found it hard to restrain her emotion, hardly touched the food, did not even look round when Petrushka smashed a pile of plates, and more than once broke off in the middle of a sentence. In the afternoon, as the guests took coffee on the broad terrace in the mild September sunshine, Tatiana Markovna moved among her guests as if she were hardly aware of them. Raisky wore a gloomy air and had eyes for no one but his aunt. "Something is wrong with Vera," she whispered to him. "She is in trouble. Have you seen her?" "No," he said, but his aunt looked at him as if she doubted what he said. Polina Karpovna had not come. She had sent word that she was ill, and the messenger brought flowers and plants for Marfinka. In order to explain the scene of the day before, and to find out whether she had guessed anything, Raisky had paid a visit in the morning to Polina Karpovna. She received him with a pretense of being offended, but with hardly disguised satisfaction. His excuse was that he had dined with friends that night and had had a glass too much. He begged for forgiveness, which was accorded with a smile, all which did not prevent Polina Karpovna from recounting to all her acquaintance her love scene. Tushin came to dinner and brought Marfinka a lovely pony to ride. He asked for Vera, and was plainly disturbed when he heard of the indisposition which prevented her from coming to dinner. Tatiana Markovna observed him, wondering why Vera's absence had such a remarkable effect on him, though this had often been the case before without exciting any surprise on her part. She could not keep out of her head anxiety as to what change had come over Vera since yesterday evening. She had had a little quarrel with Tit Nikonich, and had scolded him for having brought Marfinka the Sèvres mirror. Afterwards she was closeted with him for a quarter of an hour in her sitting-room, and he emerged from the interview looking serious. He shifted his foot less, and even when he was talking to ladies his serious inquiring glance would wander to Raisky or Tushin. Up till this time Tatiana Markovna had been so gay. Her one anxiety, and at the moment the only one perhaps, had been the celebration of Vera's name-day a fortnight ahead. She would have liked to have celebrated it with the same magnificence as Marfinka's birthday, although Vera had roundly declared that on that day she meant to go on a visit to Anna Ivanovna Tushin, or to her friend Natasha. But how Tatiana Markovna had changed since Mass! As she talked with her guests she was thinking only of Vera, and gave absent-minded answers. The excuse of a cold had not deceived her, and as she had touched Vera's brow on leaving her, she had realized that a cold could be nothing but a pretext. She remembered that Vera and Raisky had vanished in the afternoon, and that neither had appeared at supper. She was constantly watching Raisky, who sought to avoid her glance, thereby only arousing her suspicions the more. Then Vera herself unexpectedly appeared amongst the guests, wearing a warm mantilla over her light dress and a wrap round her throat. Raisky was so astonished that he looked at her as if she were an apparition. A few hours ago she had been almost too exhausted to speak, and now here she was in person. He wondered where women found their strength. Vera went round speaking to the guests, looked at Marfinka's presents, and ate, to quench her thirst, as she said, a slice of watermelon. Tatiana Markovna was to some extent relieved to see Vera, but it disturbed her to notice that Raisky's face had changed. For the first time in her life she cursed her guests. They were just sitting down to cards, then there would be tea, and then supper, and Vikentiev was not going until tomorrow morning. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Raisky found himself between two fires. On the one hand, Tatiana Markovna looked at him as much as to say that he probably knew what was the matter with Vera, while Vera's despairing glance betrayed her anxiety for the moment of her confession. He himself would have liked to have sunk into the earth. Tushin looked in an extraordinary manner at Vera, as both Tatiana Markovna and Raisky, but most of all Vera herself, noticed. She was terrified, and asked herself whether he had heard any rumor. He esteemed her so highly, thought her the noblest woman in the world, and, if she were silent, she would be accepting his esteem on false premises. He, too, would have to be told, she thought. She exchanged greetings with him without meeting his eyes, and he looked strangely at her, timidly and sympathetically. Vera told herself that she must know what was in his mind, that if he looked at her again like that, she would collapse. He did look at her again, and she could endure no more, and left the company. Before she went, she signed secretly to Tushin to follow her. "I cannot receive you in the old house," she said. come into the avenue."
"Is it not too damp, as you're not well?"
"That does not matter," she said. He looked at his watch and said that he would be going in an hour. After giving orders to have his horses taken out of the stable and brought into the yard, he picked up his silver-handled whip and, with his cloak on his arm, followed Vera into the avenue.
"I will not beat about the bush," he said. "What is the matter with you today? You have something on your mind."
She wrapped her face in her mantilla as she spoke, and her shoulders shivered as if with cold. She dare not raise her eyes to him as he strode silently beside her.
"But you are ill, Vera Vassilievna. I had better talk to you another time. You were not wrong in thinking I had something to say to you."
"No, Ivan Ivanovitch, let it be today. I want to know what you have to say to me. I myself wanted to talk to you, but perhaps it is too late for what I have to say. Do you speak," she said, wondering painfully how and where he could have learned her secret.
"I came here today,"
he said as they sat down on the bench. "What have you to say to me? Speak," she interrupted.
"How can I say it to you now, Vera Vassilievna?"
said Tushin, springing to his feet. "Do not make me suffer," she murmured.
"I love you."
"Yes, I know it," she interrupted. "But what have you heard?"
"I have heard nothing,"
he said, looking round in amazement. He was now for the first time aware of her agitation, and his heart stood still with delight.
"She has guessed my secret and shares my feelings," he thought. "And what she is asking is for a frank, brief avowal. You are so noble, so beautiful, Vera Vassilievna, so pure!"
An exclamation was wrung from her, and she would have risen, but could not. "You mock me! You mock me!" she said, raising her hands beseechingly.
"You are ill, Vera Vassilievna,"
he said, looking at her in terror.
"Forgive me for having spoken to you at such a time."
"A day earlier or later makes no difference. Say what you have to say, for I also desire to tell you why I have brought you here."
"Is it really true?"
he cried, hardly knowing how to contain his delight. "What is true? You want to say something else, not what I expected," she said. "Speak, and do not prolong my sufferings."
"I love you,"
he repeated.
"If you can grant what I have confessed to you, and I am not worthy of it, if your love is not given elsewhere, then be my forest queen, my wife, and there will be no happier man on earth than I. That is what I have long wished to say to you, and have not dared. I should have done it on your name day, but I could no longer endure the suspense, and have come today on the family festival on your sister's birthday."
"Ivan Ivanovitch," she moaned. The thought flashed through his head like lightning that this was no expression of joy, and he felt his hair was beginning to stand on end. He sat down beside her and said,
"What is wrong with you, Vera Vassilievna? You are either ill or are bearing a great sorrow."
"Yes, Ivan Ivanovitch, I feel that I shall die."
"What is your trouble? For God's sake, tell me. You said that you had something to confide in me, which means that I must be necessary to you. There is nothing I would not do for you. You have only to command me. Forgive me my too hasty speech."
"You too, my poor Ivan Ivanovitch. I can find neither prayers nor tears, nor is there any guidance or help for me anywhere."
"What words of despair are these, Vera Vassilievna?"
"Do you know whom you love?" He threw his cloak on the bench and wiped the sweat from his brow. Her words told him that his hopes were ruined, that her love was given elsewhere. He drew a deep breath and sat motionless, awaiting her further explanations. "My poor friend," she said, taking his hand. The simple words filled him with new sorrow. He knew that he was in fact to be pitied.
"Thank you,"
he whispered.
"Forgive me. I did not know, Vera Vassilievna. I am a fool. Please forget my declaration. But I should like to help you, since you say yourself you rely on me for a service. I thank you for holding me worthy of that. You stand so high above me. I always feel that you stand so high, Vera Vassilievna. My poor Ivan Ivanovich! I have fallen from those heights, and no human power can reinstate me, she said as she led him to the edge of the precipice. Do you know this place? She asked. Yes, a suicide is buried there. There, in the depths below the precipice, your pure Vera also lies buried, she said with the decision of despair. What are you saying? I don't understand. Enlighten me, Vera Vassilievna. Summoning all her strength, she bent her head and whispered a few words to him, then returned and sank down on the bench. Tushin turned pale, swayed, lost his balance, and sat down beside her. Even in the dim light Vera noticed his pallor. "And I thought," he said with a strange smile, as if he were ashamed of his weakness, rising to his feet with difficulty, "that only a bear was strong enough to knock me over." Then he stooped to her and whispered, "Who?" The question sent a shudder through her, but she answered quickly, "Mark Volokov." His face twitched ominously. Then he pressed his whip over his knee so that it split in pieces, which he hurled away from him. "So it will end with him too," he shouted. As he stood trembling before her, stooping forward, with wild eyes, he was like an animal ready to spring on the enemy. "Is he there now?" he cried, pointing with a violent gesture in the direction of the precipice. She looked at him as if he were a dangerous animal, as he stood there breathing heavily. Then she rose and took refuge behind the bench. "I am afraid, Ivan Ivanovich, spare me. Go!" she exclaimed, warding him off with her arms. "First I will kill him, and then I will go." "Are you going to do this for my sake? For my peace of mind, or for your own sake?" He kept silence, his eyes fixed on the ground, and then began to walk about in great strides. "What should I do?" he said, still trembling with agitation. "Tell me, Vera Vassilievna." "First of all, calm yourself, and explain to me why you wish to kill him, and whether I desire it." "He is your enemy, consequently also mine." "Does one kill one's enemies?" He bent his head, and seeing the pieces of the whip lying on the ground, he picked them up as if he were ashamed, and put them in his pocket. "I do not accuse him. I alone bear the blame, and he has justification," she said with such bitter misery that Tushin took her hand. "Vera Vassilievna," he said, "you are suffering horribly. I do not understand," he went on, looking at her with sympathy and admiration, "what you mean by saying that he has justification, and that you bring no accusation against him. If that's the case, why did you wish to speak to me and call me here into the avenue?" "Because I wanted you to know the whole truth." "Don't leave me in the dark, Vera Vassilievna. You must have had some reason for confiding your secret to me." "You looked at me so strangely today that I could not understand your meaning, and thought you must already be informed of all that had happened, and could not rest until I knew what was in your mind. I was too hasty, but it comes to the same thing, for sooner or later I should have told you. Sit down and hear what I have to say, and then have done with me." She explained the situation to him in a few words. "So you forgive him?" he asked after a moment's thought. "Forgive him, of course. I tell you that I alone am guilty." "Have you separated from him, or do you hope for his return?" "There is nothing whatever in common between us, and we shall never see one another again." "Now I understand a little for the first time, but still not everything," said Tushin, sighing bitterly. "I thought you had been vulgarly betrayed, and since you called me to your help, I imagined that the time had come for the bear to do his duty. I was on the point of rendering you the service of a bear, and it was for that reason that I permitted myself to ask boldly for the man's name. Forgive me, and now tell me why you have revealed the story to me.
Because I was not willing that you should think better of me than I deserve, and esteem me.
But how would you accomplish that? I shall not cease to think of you as I have always thought of you, and I cannot do otherwise than respect you.
A gleam of pleasure lighted her eyes, only to be immediately extinguished. You want to restore my self-esteem, she said, because you are good and generous. You are sorry for a poor unfortunate girl and want to raise her up again. I understand your generosity, Ivan Ivanovitch, but I will have none of it.
Vera Vassilievna,
he said, kissing her hand,
I could not esteem anybody under compulsion. If I give anyone a greeting in the street, he has my esteem. If he has not my esteem, I pass him by. I greet you as before, and because you are unhappy, my love for you is greater than before. You are enduring a great sorrow, as I am. You have lost your hopes of happiness, he added in a low, melancholy tone. If you had kept your secret from me, and I had heard it by chance, even so my esteem for you could not have been diminished. For there is no duty laid on you to reveal a secret which belongs to you alone. No one has the right to judge you.
The last words were spoken in a trembling voice, which made it clear that he also was oppressed by the secret, the weight of which he desired to lighten for Vera. I had to tell you today when you made your declaration to me. I felt it was impossible to leave you in ignorance.
You might very well have answered me with a categorical no. But since you do me the honor, Vera Vassilievna, of bestowing your particular friendship on me, you might have gilded your no by saying that you loved another. That would have been sufficient for me, for I should never have asked you who, and your secret would, without doubt, have remained your own.
He pointed to the precipice, and collecting his whole strength whispered,
A misfortune.
Although he tried with all his might not to let her see how disturbed he was hardly able to speak clearly.
A misfortune, he repeated. You say that he has justification, that the guilt is yours. If that is so, where does justice lie?
I told you, Ivan Ivanovitch, that my confession was not necessary for your sake, but for mine. You know how I esteem your friendship, and it would have caused me unspeakable pain to deceive you. Even now, when I have hidden nothing from you, I cannot look you in the eyes. Tears stifled her voice, and it was with difficulty that Tushin held back his own tears. He stooped and kissed her hand once more.
Thanks. 1,000 thanks, Vera Vassilievna. I see that an affection for another has no power to lessen your friendship for me, and that is a wonderful consolation.
Ivan Ivanovitch, if I could only cut this year out of my life.
A speedy forgetfulness, he said, comes to the same thing.
How can I forget, and where can I find the strength to endure its memory?
You will find strength in friendship, and I am one of your friends.
She breathed another air for the moment, conscious that there was beside her a tower of strength, under whose shadow her passion and her pain were alleviated. I believe in your friendship, Ivan Ivanovitch, and thank you for it, she said, drying her tears. I already feel calmer, and should feel still calmer if grandmother...
She does not yet know anything of this, he asked, but broke off immediately in the consciousness that his question involved a reproach.
She has guests today and could not possibly be told, but tomorrow she shall learn all. Farewell, Ivan Ivanovitch, my head aches, and I am going back to the house to lie down." Tushin looked at Vera, asking himself how any man could be such a blind fool as Volokov. Or is he merely a beast? He thought to himself in impotent rage. He pulled himself together, however, and asked her if she had any instructions for him. "Please ask Natasha," she said, "to come over to me tomorrow or the next day."
"And may I come one day next week to inquire whether you are better?"
"Do not be anxious, Ivan Ivanovitch. And now, goodbye, for I can hardly stand." When he left her, he drove his horses so wildly down the steep hill that he himself was in danger of being hurled to the bottom of the precipice. When he put his hand out as usual for his whip, it was not there, and he remembered that he had broken it, and threw away the useless pieces on the road. In spite of his mad haste, he reached the Volga too late for the ferry. He had to stay in the town with a friend, and drove next morning to his home in the forest. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Tatiana Markovna's house, servants, cooks, and coachmen were all astir, and at a very early hour in the morning were already drunk. The mistress of the house herself was unusually silent and sad when she let Marfinka go with her future mother-in-law. She had no instructions or advice to give, and hardly listened to Marfinka's questions about what she ought to take with her. "What you like," she said absently, and gave orders to Vasilisa and the maid who was going with Marfinka to Kolchina to put everything in order and pack up what was necessary. She handed over her dear child to Marfa Yegorovna's charge, at the same time pointing out to Marfinka's fiancé that he must take the greatest care of her, and that in order not to give strangers a wrong impression, he must be more dignified and must not chase about the garden and the woods with her as he did in Malinovka. When she saw that Vikentiev colored at this advice, which indicated doubt of his tactfulness, and that Marfa Yegorovna bit her under lip, Tatiana Markovna changed her tone. She laid her hand on his shoulder, calling him dear Nikolenka, and telling him that she knew herself how unnecessary her words were, but that old women like to preach. Then she sighed and said not another word to her guests before their departure. Vera, too, came to breakfast. She looked pale, and it was clear that she had had a sleepless night. She said she still had a headache, but felt better than she did yesterday. There was no change in Tatiana Markovna's affectionate manner to her. Now and then Marfa Yegorovna cast questioning glances in Vera's direction. What was the meaning of pain without any definite illness? Why did she not appear yesterday until after dinner, and then only for a moment, to go out followed by Tushin? What had they found to say to one another for an hour in the twilight? Being a sensible woman, she did not pursue these inquiries, though they flashed for a moment in her eyes. Nevertheless Vera saw them, although they were quickly exchanged for looks of sympathy. Neither did Marfa Yegorovna's questioning glances escape Tatiana Markovna, who kept her eyes on the ground while Vera maintained her indifferent manner. Already people are wondering what had happened, thought Tatiana Markovna sadly. On my arms she came into the world. She is my child, and yet I do not know what her trouble is. Raisky had been out for a walk before breakfast, and wore on his face a look as if he had just come to a decision on a momentous question. He looked at Vera as calmly as at the others, and did not avoid Tatiana Markovna's eyes. He promised Vikentyef to come over to see him in a day or two, and listened attentively to his guest's conversation about hunting and fishing. At last everything was ready for their departure. Tatiana Markovna and Raisky went with their guests as far as the Volga, leaving Vera at home. Vera's world had always been a small one, and its boundaries were now drawn more narrowly than ever. She had been contented during the long years with the observation and experience which were accessible to her in her immediate environment. Her small circle represented to her the crowd. She made her own in a short time what it took others many years in many places to learn. Unlike Marfinka, she was cautious in her sympathies, granting her friendship only to the priest's wife and to Tushin, whom she openly called her friend. The simple things and the simple people who surrounded her did not serve only trivial purposes. She understood how to embroider on this ordinary canvas the bold pattern of a richer life with other needs, thoughts, and feelings. She guessed at these by reading between the lines of everyday life other lines which expressed the desires of her mind and heart. If she was cautious in her sympathies, she was excessively so in the sphere of thought and knowledge. She read books from the library in the old house, taking from the shelves at first without choice or system, as a pastime, whatever came into her hands. Then she began to experience curiosity and finally a definite desire for knowledge. She was keen-sighted enough to understand how aimless and unfruitful it was to wander among these other minds without any guiding thread. Without making direct inquiries, she procured some explanations from Kozlov, and although she understood many things at a bound, she never let it be seen that she had any knowledge of things beyond her immediate circle. Without losing sight of Kozlov's instructions, she read the books once more to find that they meant much more to her and that her interest in them was steadily increasing. At the request of the young priest, Natasha's husband, she brought him books too, and listened when he expressed his views on this or that author, without herself adopting the seminarist view. Later on she came into contact with Mark, who brought a new light to bear on all that she had read and heard and known. His attitude was one of blank denial. No authority in heaven or earth weighed with him. He despised science as it had hitherto developed, and made no distinction between virtue and crime. If he thought that he would soon be able to triumph over Vera's convictions, he was mistaken. She regarded these bold and often alluring ideas with shy admiration, without giving herself up blindly to their influence. She listened cautiously to the preaching of the apostle, but found in it neither a new life, nor happiness, nor truth, and though she followed attentively what he had to say, it was only because she was drawn on by the ardent desire to find the reality that lay behind Mark's extraordinary and audacious personality. Mark displayed his unsparing negation, enmity and scorn against all that men believe, love and hope for. Vera did not agree with all she heard because she observed the malady that lay concealed behind the teaching, even if she could not discover where it lay. Her Columbus could show her nothing but a row of open graves standing ready to receive all that by which society had hitherto existed. Vera remembered the story of Pharaoh's lean kine, which, without themselves becoming fatter, devoured the fat kine. Mark would have despoiled mankind of his crown in the name of wisdom. He would acknowledge in him nothing but an animal organism. and while he denied man in man, denied him the possession of a soul and the right to immortality, he yet spoke of his strivings to introduce a better order of things, neglecting to observe that in accordance with his own theory of the chance arrangement of existence, by which men herd together like flies in the hot weather, such efforts were useless. Granting the correctness of his ideas as a premise, thought Vera, there can be no sense in striving to be better, kinder, truer and purer if this life enduring only for a few decades is the end of all things. When she looked deeper into the matter and examined the new truth taught by the young apostle, the new conception of good and the new revelation, she saw with astonishment that what in his talk was good and incontrovertible was not new, that it was derived from sources from which others also drew, who certainly did not belong to the new society. She recognized that the seed of the new civilization, which he preached with so much boastfulness and such a parade of mystery, lay in the old-fashioned doctrine, and for this reason she believed more firmly than ever in the older philosophy of life. She looked on Mark's personality with such suspicion that she gradually withdrew herself from his influence. Hideously disturbed by his audacity of thought, she had even gone so far as to tell Tatiana Markovna of this accidental acquaintance, with the result that the old lady told the servants to keep a watch on the garden, but Volokov came from the direction of the Precipice, from which the watchmen were effectually kept away by their superstitious fears. Mark himself had noted Vera's distrust, and he set himself to overcome it. He was the more easily able to accomplish this because, when her interest was once awakened, she met him halfway, imperceptibly to herself. She meditated carefully on the facts that made up her life. Her mind was occupied by new questionings, and for that reason she listened more attentively to his words when she met him in the fields. Often they went out walking on the banks of the Volga, and eventually found a meeting place in the arbor at the bottom of the precipice. Gradually Vera adopted a more active role in their intercourse. She wanted to convert him, to lead him back to the acceptance of proved truth, the truth of love, of human as opposed to animal happiness, of faith and hope. Mark gave way in some things, though only gradually. His manners became less eccentric. He was less provocative in his behavior to the police than before. He lived in a more orderly fashion and ceased to stud his conversation with cynical remarks. The change pleased Vera, and this was the cause of the happy excitement that Tatiana Markovna and Raisky had remarked in her. Since her influence was effective even if only in what affected his external life, she hoped by incessant effort and sacrifice gradually to produce a miracle. Her reward was to be the happiness of being loved by the man of her heart's choice. She flattered herself that she would be introducing a new strong man into society. If he were to show himself in wisdom and strength of will, simply and reliable as Tushin was, her life was mapped out for her. While she was engaged in these efforts, she allowed her passionate nature to be carried away by his personality. She fell in love, not with his doctrine, which she refused to accept, but with himself. He called to new activity, but she saw in his appeal nothing more than the lending of forbidden books. She agreed with him that work was necessary, and herself avoided idleness. She drew up for herself a picture of simple, genuine activity for the future, and envied Marfinka because she understood how to make herself useful in the house and the village. She intended to share these labors with her sister when once the stiff battle with Mark had been brought to a conclusion. But the struggle was not to end with a victory for either one or the other, but with mutual overthrow and a permanent separation. These were the thoughts that passed through Vera's mind while Tatiana Markovna and Raisky were accompanying their guests and Marfinka as far as the Volga. What was the wolf doing now? Was he enjoying his triumph? She took from her letter case a sealed letter on blue paper which she had received early that morning and looked at it thoughtfully for a minute before she threw it down with its seals unbroken on the table. All her troubles were submerged in the painful question, what would become of her grandmother? Raisky had already whispered to Vera that he would speak to Tatiana Markovna that evening if she were alone, and that he would take care that none of the servants should have the opportunity of seeing the impression which the news was bound to make on her. Vera shivered with foreboding when he spoke of these precautions. She would have liked to have died before evening came. After her talk of past events with Raisky and Tushin, she recovered something of her usual calmness. A part of her burden was gone now, that, like a sailor in a storm, she had lightened the ship of some of its ballast, but she felt that the heaviest load of all still lay on her conscience. It is impossible to go on living like this, she told herself, as she made her way to the chapel. There, on her knees, she looked anxiously up at the holy picture, as if she expected a sign. But the sign she longed for was not granted, and she passed out of the chapel in despair as one who lay under the ban of God. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Tatiana Markovna returned from the ferry, she sat down to work at her accounts, but soon laid them aside and dismissed the servants. She asked for Raisky, who had gone over to see Kozlov because he did not want to be left alone with his aunt. She sent across to ask Vera whether she was coming to dinner. Vera said that she would rather stay in her room and go to bed early. In the courtyard, a scene by no means unusual was being enacted. Savelli had nearly broken Marina's back with a severe beating because he had seen her slipping out at dawn from the room in which Vikentyev's servant was quartered. She hid herself in the fields and the vegetable garden, but at last she emerged, thinking that he would have forgotten. He struck her with the whip while she sought refuge in one corner after another, swearing by all that was sacred that the devil had taken on her figure and had made a fool of him. But when he exchanged the whip for the stick, she cried out loud at the first blow and fell at his feet. "I am guilty!" she cried, begging for mercy. She promised not to transgress again, calling God to witness of her sincerity. Thereupon Savelli threw away the stick and wiped his face with his sleeve.
"You may go this time," he said, "since you have confessed, and since you call God to witness."
Tatiana Markovna was informed of this proceeding, but she only wrinkled her forehead and made a sign to Vasilisa not to be too severe with Marina. There were visitors to dinner who had heard of Vera's indisposition and had come to inquire. Tatiana Markovna spoke of a chill, suffering all the time from her insincerity, since she did not know what was the truth that lay behind this feigned illness. She had not dared to send for the doctor, who would have immediately seen that it was a moral, not a physical malady. She ate no supper. Tit Nikonich politely said that he had no appetite either. Then came Raisky, who also wanted no supper, but sat silently at table, pretending not to notice the glances which Tatiana Markovna directed towards him from time to time. When Tit Nikonich had made his bow and departed, Tatiana Markovna prepared to retire. She hardly looked at Raisky when she bade him good night, because her affections and her self-esteem were both too deeply wounded. A secret and serious misfortune had befallen the family, but she was left on one side like a stranger, as if she were a useless, incapable woman. Raisky said in a low voice that he must speak with her.
"Bad news?"
she whispered, shivering and looking fixedly at him before she passed with him into her own room. She dropped into her old chair and pushed the lamp farther away, first covering it with a shade so that the room was dimly lighted. Raisky began his tale as cautiously as possible, but his lips trembled, and now and again his tongue refused its office. But he collected all his strength and went on, although towards the end of his story his voice was hardly audible. Dawn had come, but throughout the long hours Tatiana Markovna had sat motionless and speechless with bowed head, giving vent now and then to a low moan. Raisky fell on his knees before her and implored her, "Go to Vera's help."
"She has sent too late for grandmother. God will go to her help. Spare her and console her as you know how to do. She no longer has a grandmother," she said, going towards the door.
"Grandmother, what is the matter with you?" cried Raisky, barring her way.
"You have no longer a grandmother," she said absently. "Go, go."
As he did not obey, she cried angrily,
"Don't come here. I will see no one. You must all of you leave me in peace."
He would have replied, but she made an impatient gesture with her hand.
"Go to her," she continued. "Help her as far as you can. Grandmother can do nothing. You have no longer a grandmother."
She made another gesture with her hand, so imperious this time that he went without further parley, but he concealed himself in the yard and watched her window. Tatiana Markovna sank back in her chair and closed her eyes, and for a long time she remained there, cold and stiff as if she were a dead woman. Raisky, who had not gone to bed, and Vasilisa and Yakov as well, saw Tatiana Markovna with her head uncovered and her Turkish shawl thrown round her shoulders leave the house in the early morning and go out into the garden. It was as if a bronze figure had descended from its pedestal and had begun to walk. She passed through the flower garden and then through the avenue to the Precipice. Then, striding slowly along, with her head held high and without looking round, she went down the face of the cliff and disappeared. Concealing his presence in the trees, Raisky hurried after her, following her as she passed deeper and deeper down the precipice, and until she reached the arbor, where she paused. Raisky came closer and held his breath as he listened to Tatiana Markovna's heavy sighs, and then heard her whisper, "My sin." With her hands above her head, she walked hastily on until she came to the bank of the river and stood still. The wind wound her dress round her ankles, disordered her hair, and tugged at her shawl, but she noticed nothing. A terrible idea dawned on Raisky that she intended to drown herself, but his aunt turned back as she had come, with slow strides which left deep prints in the damp sand. Raisky breathed more freely, but when, following her track in a parallel direction, he caught sight of her face, he held his breath in horror at the agony he saw written there. She had spoken truly. Their grandmother existed no longer. This was not grandmother, not Tatiana Markovna, the warm-hearted mistress of Malinovka, where the life and prosperity of the whole place depended on her, the wise and happy ruler of her little kingdom. It was as if she were not walking of her own accord, but was driven on by an impulse exterior to herself. As unconscious of her movements, she climbed the steep hill through the brushwood, with her shawl hanging down from her shoulders, dragging its corners in the dust. Her eyes, from which stony horror looked forth, were unwinking. Her manner was that of a moonstruck woman. Raisky found it difficult to follow her. She paused once, leaning both hands on a tree. "My sin!" she exclaimed again. "How heavy is the burden! If it is not lightened, I can bear it no longer." She began again to climb quickly up the hill, surmounting the difficulties of the steep path with unnatural strength, and leaving tags of her dress and her shawl behind her in the bushes. Overcome with amazement and horror, Raisky watched this new strange woman. He knew that only great souls conquer heavy trouble with strength like hers. They have wings like eagles to soar into the clouds, and eagle eyes to gaze into the abyss. This was not his grandmother. She seemed to him to be one of those feminine figures which emerge from the family circle in the supreme moments of life under the heavy blows of fate, who bear great misfortunes majestically and are not overwhelmed. He saw in her a Jewess of the olden days, a noble woman of Jerusalem, who scorns the prophecy that her people will lose their fame and their honor to the Romans. But when the hour of fate has arrived, when the men of Jerusalem are watering its walls with their tears and beating their heads against the stones, then she takes the ornaments from her hair, puts on mourning garments, and goes on her pilgrimage wherever the hand of Jehovah leads. His mind went back to another queen of misfortune, to the Russian Marfa, the enemy of the city of Moscow, who maintained her defiance even in her chains, and, dying, directed the destiny of free Novgorod. Before his imagination there passed a procession of other suffering women, Russian tsaritsas, who, at the wish of their husbands, had adopted the dress of the nun, and had maintained their intellect and their strength of character in the cloister. Raisky diverted his attention from these unsummoned apparitions, and looked attentively at the suffering woman before him. Tatiana Markovna's kingdom was perishing. Her house was left desolate. Her dearest treasure, her pride, her pearl, had been taken from her, and she wandered lonely among the ruins. When she paused in her walk, in order to collect her strength, she tottered, and would have fallen but for an inner whisper which assured her she would yet reach her goal. She pulled herself together, and wandered on until evening. Half asleep, terrified by her crowding fancies, she spent the night on the sofa. At dawn she rose, and went once more to the precipice. With her head resting on the bare boards, she sat for a long time on the crumbling threshold of the arbour. Then she went through the fields, and was lost in the thicket on the bank of the river. By chance her steps led her to the chapel, where new terror seized her at the sight of the picture of the Christ. She fell on her knees like a wounded animal, covered her face with her shawl, and moaned, "My sin, my sin." Tatiana Markovna's servants had lost their heads in terror. Vasilisa and Yakov hardly stirred from the church. She intended, if her mistress recovered, to make her pilgrimage on foot to Kiev in order to venerate the miracle worker. He promised to the patron saint of the village a thick wax candle ornamented with gold. The rest of the servants hid themselves and only looked shyly out after their mistress as she wandered distraught through the fields and the woods. For 2 days already Tatiana Markovna had eaten nothing. Raisky indeed tried to restrain her from leaving the house again, but she waved him imperiously away. Then, with decision, he took a jug of water, came up to her, and took her hand. She looked at him as if she did not know who he was, then mechanically seized the jug in her trembling hand and drank greedily in big mouthfuls. "Grandmother, come home again, and do not make both yourself and us wretched," he begged. "You will kill yourself. It is God's will. I shall not lose my reason, for I am upheld by His strength. I must endure to the end. Do you raise me if I fall? My sin," she murmured, and went on her way. After she had gone a few steps, she turned round, and he ran to her. "If I do not survive," she began, signing to him to bow his head. Raisky knelt down, and she pressed his head to her breast, laid her hands on it, and kissed him. "Accept my blessing, deliver it to Marfinka, and to her, to my poor Vera. Do you understand? To her also." "Grandmother!" he cried, kissing her hand. She tore her hand away, and set out to wander once more through the thicket, by the river bank, and in the fields. A devout soul obeys its own laws, thought Raisky, as he dried his tears. Only a saint could suffer like this for the object of her love. Things were not going any better with Vera. Raisky made haste to tell her of his conversation with their aunt. When she sent for him early next morning, in her anxiety to have news of Tatiana Markovna, he pointed out of the window, and Vera saw how Tatiana Markovna was drifting, urged on by the heavy hand of misfortune. For a moment she caught sight of her expression, and sank horrified on the floor, but she pulled herself up again, ran from one window to the other, and stretched her hands out towards her grandmother. Then she rushed through the wide empty hall of the old house in a wild desire to follow Tatiana Markovna, but she realized in time that it would have killed her aunt if she approached her just now. Vera was conscious now how deeply she had wounded another life so close to her own, as she saw the tragic figure of her aunt, so happy until recently, and now bearing the punishment of another's sin. Raisky brought her Tatiana Markovna's blessing, and Vera fell on his neck and wept for a long time. On the evening of the second day, Vera was found sitting in a corner of the great hall, half dressed. Raisky and the priest's wife, who had just arrived, led her almost by force into her room and laid her down on the bed. Raisky sent for the doctor, to whom he tried to explain her indisposition. The doctor prescribed a sedative, which Vera drank without being any calmer for it. She often walked in her sleep to ask after her grandmother. "Give me something to drink. Don't say a word. Do not let anyone come to see me. Find out what grandmother is doing." It was just the same in the night. When she awoke, she would whisper, "Grandmother doesn't come. Grandmother doesn't love me any more. She has not forgiven me." On the third day Tatiana Markovna left the house without being observed. After 2 sleepless nights, Raisky had lain down and had given instructions to wake him if she left the house, but Yakov and Vasilisa had gone to early mass, and the other servants had paid no attention. Later on Savelli saw that his mistress, catching hold of the trees as she went, was making her way from the precipice to the fields. Raisky hurried after her and watched her slow return to the house. She stood still, looked round as if she were saying good-bye to the group of houses, groped with her hands and swayed violently. Then he rushed up to her, brought her back to the house with Vasilisa's help, put her in her armchair, and sent for the doctor. Vasilisa fell on her knees before her mistress. "Little mother, Tatiana Markovna," she begged, "come back to us. Make the sign of the cross. Tatiana Markovna crossed herself, sighed, and signed that she could not speak and wanted something to drink. Vasilisa undressed her, wrapped her in warm sheets, rubbed her hands and feet with spirit, and then gave her some warm wine to drink. The doctor prescribed for her, but said that it was most important of all that she should not be disturbed, but should be allowed to sleep. An incautious word that Tatiana Markovna was ill reached Vera's ears. She pushed past Natalia Ivanovna and wanted to go over to the new house. Raisky had great difficulty in persuading her to abandon her attention, as Tatiana Markovna lay in a deep sleep. In the evening Vera was worse, she had fever and was delirious, and during the night she flung herself from one side to another, calling on her grandmother in her sleep and weeping. Raisky wanted to call the old doctor. He waited impatiently till the morning and spent his time in going from Vera to Tatiana Markovna and from Tatiana Markovna back to Vera. As Vera's condition had not improved next morning, Raisky went with Vasilisa into Tatiana Markovna's bedroom, where they found the old lady in the same state as she had been in the whole of the day before. "I'm afraid of going near her in case I alarm her," he whispered. "Should I awaken the mistress?" "She must be awakened. Vera Vassilievna is ill, and I don't know whether I ought to send for the old doctor." The words were hardly out of his mouth when Tatiana Markovna sat up. "Is Vera ill?" she said in a low voice. Raisky breathed more freely, for his aunt, in her present anxiety, had lost the stony expression of yesterday. She signed to him to leave the room. Half an hour later she was walking across the courtyard to the old house, with trouble plainly depicted on her face, but apparently without a trace of weariness. She entered Vera's room cautiously, and when she saw the pale, sleeping face, whispered to Raisky, "Send for the old doctor." She now noticed for the first time the priest's wife and her weary eyes. She embraced Natalia Ivanovna and advised her kindly to go and get a whole day's rest. When the doctor arrived, Tatiana Markovna gave him an ingenious explanation of Vera's indisposition. He discovered symptoms of a nervous fever and prescribed medicine, but on the whole he did not think that serious consequences need be expected if the patient could be kept quiet. Vera was half asleep when she took the medicine, and towards evening fell fast asleep. Tatiana Markovna sat down at the head of the bed, watching her movements and listening to her breathing. Presently Vera woke up and asked, "Are you asleep, Natasha?" As she received no answer, she closed her eyes, but she could not go to sleep again, and the darkness seemed to her to be a dark and terrible prison. After a time she asked for something to drink. Someone handed her a cup. "How is grandmother?" asked Vera, opening her eyes only to close them again immediately. "Natasha, where are you? Come here. Why are you hiding?" She sighed and fell asleep again. Presently she woke again and whispered pitifully, "Grandmother doesn't come. Grandmother loves me no longer, and has not forgiven me." "Grandmother is here. She loves you and has forgiven you." Vera sprang from the bed and rushed up to Tatiana Markovna. "Grandmother!" she cried, half fainting and hiding her head on her breast. Tatiana Markovna put her to bed again, leaned her grey head by Vera's white suffering face, while the girl in a low voice, with sighs and tears, made her confession on her breast. Her aunt listened without speaking, and presently wiped away Vera's tears with her handkerchief, and kissed her warmly and affectionately. "Do not waste your caresses on me, grandmother. Only do not leave me. I do not deserve your caresses. Keep your kisses for my sister." "Your sister is no longer in need of my caresses, but I need your love. If you forsake me, Vera, I shall be a desolate old woman." Tatiana Markovna wept. "Mother, forgive me," whispered Vera, embracing her with her whole strength. "I have not been obedient to you, and God has punished me," she went on, but Tatiana Markovna shut her mouth with a kiss. "Do not talk like that, Vera," interrupted her grandmother, who had turned pale with horror, and once more wore the aspect of the old woman who had been wandering about in the thicket by the precipice. "Yes, I thought that my own brain and will were self-sufficing, that I was wiser than you all."
"You are wiser than I, and have more learning," said Tatiana Markovna, breathing more freely.
"God has given you a clear understanding, but you have not my experience." Vera thought that she had more experience also, but she merely said, "Take me away from here. There is no Vera any longer. I want to be your Marfinka. Take me away from this old house over there to you." The two heads rested side by side on the pillow. They lay in a close embrace and fell asleep. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by BRYANT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vera rose the next morning pale and exhausted, but without any fever. She had wept out her malady on her grandmother's breast. The doctor professed himself satisfied, and said she should stay in her room for a few days. Everything in the house went on as before. There were no festivities in honor of Vera's name day, as she had expressed a wish that there should be none. Neither Marfinka nor the Vikentyevs came. A messenger was sent to Kolchina with the announcement that Vera Vassilievna was unwell and was keeping her room. Tushin sent his congratulations in a respectful note, asking for a permission to come and see her. Her reply was that he should wait a little until she was better. Under the pretext of Vera's illness, callers who came from the town to present their congratulations were not admitted. Only the servants celebrated the occasion in their own way, the maids appeared in their gay dresses, and the coachman and the lackeys got drunk. Vera and her aunt developed a new relationship. Tatiana Markovna's consideration for Vera was by no means assumed, but her kindness did not make Vera's heart lighter. What she had expected and wished was severe judgment, a penance, perhaps exile for half a year or a year to Tatiana Markovna's distant estate, where she would gradually win back her peace of mind, or at any rate forget, if it was true, as Raisky said, that time extinguishes all impressions. "I see," thought Vera, "that grandmother suffers inexpressibly. Grief has changed her altogether. Her figure is bowed and her face more deeply furrowed. Perhaps she is only sparing me now because her heart has opened itself to pity. She cannot bear to punish me now that I am ill and repentant." Vera had lost her pride, her self-respect, and her dignity, and if once these flowers are taken out of the crown which adorns the head of man, his doom is at hand. She tried to pray and could not, for she had nothing to pray for, and could only bow her head in humility. Raisky came into much closer relation with his aunt and Vera. His naturalness and genuine affection, the friendly intimacy of his conversation, his straightforwardness, his talkative humor, and the gleaming play of his fancy were a distraction and a consolation to both of them. He often drew a laugh from them, but he tried in vain to distract them from the grief which hung like a cloud over them both and over the whole house. He himself was sad when he saw that neither his esteem nor Tatiana Markovna's kindness could give back to poor Vera her courage, her pride, her confidence, and her strength of will. Tatiana Markovna spent the nights in the old house on the divan opposite Vera's bed and watched her sleep. But it nearly always happened that they were both observing one another, so that neither of them found refreshing sleep. On the morning after a sleepless night of this kind, Tatiana Markovna sent for Tit Nikonich. He came gladly, plainly delighted that the illness which threatened Vera Vassilievna had blown over, and bringing with him a watermelon of extraordinary size and a pineapple for a present. But a glance at his old friend was enough to make him change colour. Tatiana Markovna hastily put on her fur-trimmed cloak, threw a scarf over her head, and signed to him to follow her as she led the way into the garden. They sat for 2 hours on Vera's bench. Then she went back to the house with bowed head, while he drove home, overcome with grief, ordered his servants to pack, sent for post-horses, and drove to his estate, to which he had not been for many years. Raisky, who had gone to see him, heard the news with astonishment. He questioned his aunt, who told him that some disturbance had broken out on Tit Nikonich's estate. Vera was sadder than ever. Lines began to appear on her forehead, which would one day become furrows. Sometimes she would approach the table on which the unopened blue letter lay, and then turn away. Where should she flee? Where conceal herself from the world? When nights fell, she lay down, put on the light, and stared wide-eyed in front of her. She wanted to forget, to sleep, but sleep would not come. Dark spots, blacker than night, danced before her eyes, shadows moved up and down with a wave-like motion in the glimmer of light that lay around the window. But she felt no fear. She would not have died of terror if there had risen suddenly out of the corner a ghost, a thief or a murderer. She would not have felt any fear if she had been told that her last hour was come. She looked out unceasingly into the darkness, at the waving shadows, at the flitting specks which stood out the more clearly in the blackness of the night, at the rings of changing colour which whirled shimmering round her. Slowly and quietly the door opened. Vera propped herself on her elbow and saw a hand carrying a lamp carefully shaded. Tatiana Markovna dropped her cloak from her shoulder on a chair and approached the bed, looking not unlike a ghost in her white dressing-gown. Vera had laid her head back on the pillow and pretended to sleep. Tatiana Markovna put the lamp on the table behind the bed-head, and sat down carefully and quietly on the divan, with her head leaning on her hand. She did not take her eyes from Vera, and when Vera opened her own an hour later, Tatiana Markovna was still looking fixedly at her. "Can't you sleep, Vera?" "No." "Why? Why do you punish me in the night too, grandmother?" asked Vera in a low tone. The two women looked at one another, and both seemed to understand the speech in their eyes. "You are killing me with sympathy, grandmother," Vera went on. "It would be better to drive me from your sight, but it is very hard for me to bear when you measure out your scorn drop by drop. Either forgive me, or, if that is impossible, bury me alive. Why are you silent? What is on your mind? Your silence tortures me. It seems to say something, and yet never says it." "It is so hard, Vera, to speak." "Pray and understand your grandmother, even when she is silent." "I have tried to pray, and cannot. What have I to pray for, except that I should die the sooner? I shall die, I know. Only let it come quickly, for like this it is impossible to live." "It is possible," said Tatiana Markovna, drawing a deep sigh. "After that?" "After that," replied her grandmother. "You don't know, grandmother. said Vera with a hopeless sigh. "You have not been a woman like me." Tatiana Markovna stooped down to Vera and whispered in a hardly audible voice, "A woman like you." Vera looked at her in amazement, then let her head fall back on the pillow and said wearily, "You were never in my position. You are a saint." "A sinner," rejoined Tatiana Markovna. "We are all sinners, but not a sinner of that kind." "Of that kind?" Vera seized Tatiana Markovna's dress with both hands and pressed her face to hers. The words that came from her troubled breast sounded like hisses. "Why do you slander yourself? Is it in order to come and help me? Grandmother, do not lie." "I never lie, and you know it. And how should I begin to do so now? I am a sinner and myself need forgiveness," she said, throwing herself on her knees and bowing her grey head. "Why do you say these things to me?" said Vera, staring at the kneeling woman and pressing her head to her breast. "Take your words back again. I have not heard them or will forget them, will regard them as the product of a dream. Do not torture yourself for my sake. Rise, grandmother." Tatiana Markovna lay on her breast, sobbing like a child. "Why did you tell me this?" said Vera. "It was God's wish that I should humble myself to ask you, my child, for forgiveness. If you grant me your forgiveness, Vera, I too can forgive you. I had hoped to keep my secret until I died, and now my sin has plunged you into ruin. You rescue me, grandmother, from despair." "And myself, Vera. God forgives, but he demands cleansing. I thought my sin was forgotten and forgiven. Because of my silence I seemed to men to be virtuous, but my virtue was a lie. God has punished my sin. Forgive me from your heart." "Does one forgive one's mother? You are a saint, a mother without a peer in the whole wide world. If I had known you as you really are, how could I have acted contrary to your will?" "That is my second terrible sin. I was silent and did not tell you to beware of the precipice. Your dead mother will call me to account for my failure, I know. She comes to me in my dreams and is now here between us. Do you also forgive me, departed one?" she cried wildly, stretching out her arms in supplication. Vera shuddered. "Forgive me, Vera. I ask forgiveness of you both. We will pray." Vera tried to raise her to her feet, and Tatiana Markovna raised herself with difficulty and sat down on the divan. Vera bathed her temples with eau de cologne and gave her a sedative. Then she kneeled down before her and covered her hand with kisses. "What is hidden must be revealed," began Tatiana Markovna when she had recovered a little. "For 45 years only 2 human beings beside myself have known it, he and Vasilisa, and I thought the secret would die with me, and now it is made public. My God!" she cried wildly, stretching her folded arms to the picture of the Christ. "Had I known that this stroke would ever fall on another, on my child, I would have confessed my sin there and then to the whole world in the cathedral square." Vera still hesitated to believe what she heard. Was it a heroic measure, a generous invention to rescue and restore her own self-respect? But her aunt's prayers, her tears, her appeal to Vera's dead mother, no actress would have dared to use such devices, and her aunt was the soul of truth and honor. Warm life pulsed in Vera's heart, and her heart was lightened. She felt as if life was streaming through her veins after an evil dream. Peace tapped at the door of her soul, the dark, forsaken temple, which was now gaily lighted once more and a home of prayer. She felt that Tatiana Markovna and she were inseparable sisters, and she even began involuntarily to address her as thou, as she had done Raisky when her heart responded to his kindness. As these thoughts whirled in her head, she had a sensation of lightness and freedom, like a prisoner whose fetters have been removed. "Grandmother," she said, rising, "you have forgiven me, and you love me more than you do any of the others, more than Marfinka, that I realize. But do you know and understand my love for you? I should not have suffered as I did, but for my love for you. How long we have been strangers!" "I will tell you all, Vera, and you must hear my confession. Judge me severely, but pardon me, and God will pardon us both." "I will not, I ought not, I may not," cried Vera. "To what end should I hear it?" "So that I may suffer once more as I suffered 45 years ago. You know my sin, and Boris shall know it. He may laugh at the grey hairs of old Kunigunde." As she strode up and down, shaking her head in her fanatical seriousness, with sorrow and triumphant dignity in her face, her resemblance to the old family portrait in the gallery was very marked. Beside her, Vera felt like a small and pitiful child as she gazed timidly into her aunt's eyes. She measured her own young strength by the strength of this old woman, who had ripened and remained unbroken in the long struggle of life. "My whole life can never repay what you have done for me, grandmother. Let this be the end of your penance, and tell me no more. If you are determined that Boris shall know, I will whisper a word about your past to him. Since I have seen your anguish, why should you suffer a longer martyrdom? I will not listen. It is not my place to sit in judgment on you. Let me hold your grey hairs sacred." Tatiana Markovna sighed and embraced Vera. "As you will. Your will is like God's forgiveness to me, and I am grateful to you for sparing my grey hairs." "Now," said Vera, "let us go across to your house, where we can both rest." Tatiana Markovna almost carried her across to the new house, laid her on her own bed, and lay down beside her. When Vera had fallen peacefully asleep, her aunt rose cautiously, and in the light of the lamp watched the marble beauty of her forehead, her closed eyes, all sculptured pure and delicate, as if by a master hand, and at the expression of deep peace that lay on her face. She made the sign of the cross over Vera as she slept, touched her forehead with her lips, and sank on her knees in prayer. "Have mercy on her," she breathed. "If thy anger is not yet appeased, turn it from her and strike my grey head." Presently she lay down beside Vera, with her arm around her neck. Vera woke occasionally, opened her eyes, and closed them again. She pressed closer and closer to Tatiana Markovna, as if no harm could befall her within the circle of those faithful arms. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As the days went by, Malinovka assumed its wonted calm. The quiet life, which had been brought to a pause by the catastrophe, flowed evenly on. The peaceful atmosphere was not undisturbed by anxiety. Autumn had laid her hand on men as well as on nature. The household was thoughtful, silent, and cold. Smiles, laughter, and joy had vanished like the falling leaves, and even though the worst crisis was past, it had left behind it an atmosphere of gloom. Tatiana Markovna ruled her little kingdom once more. Vera was busily engaged in the house, and devoted much care and taste to the choice of Marfinka's trousseau. She had determined not to avoid any task, however simple and trivial it might be, while she awaited the opportunity of some serious work that life might offer her. She recognized that with most people avoidance of the trivial and the hope of something extraordinary and unprecedented were dictated either by idleness and incompetence or by morbid self-love and vanity. She was paler than before, her eyes were less sparkling, and she had lost some of her vivacity of gesture, but these changes were put down by everyone to her narrow escape from nervous fever. In fulfillment of Tatiana Markovna's insistently expressed wish, Vera had spoken to Raisky of their aunt's passion, of which Tit Nikonich had been the object, but she said nothing of the sin. Even this partial confidence explained to Raisky the riddle, how Tatiana Markovna, who in his eyes was an old maid, could find the strength not only to bear the brunt of Vera's misfortune, but to soothe her, and to rescue her from moral collapse and despair. He showed in his intercourse with her, more clearly than before, a deep and affectionate esteem, and an unbounded devotion. He now no longer contradicted her, so that an end was put to the earlier semi-comic warfare he had waged against her. Even in his gestures there was a certain reserve. She inspired him with the astonishment and admiration which are called forth by women of exceptional moral strength. The servants, too, were different, even though the cloud had passed. There was no sound of quarrelling, abuse, or laughter. Vasilisa found herself in an exceptionally difficult position, since, now that her mistress was restored to health, she was called on to fulfill her vow. One morning Jacob vanished from the yard. He had taken money from the box where the cash was kept for buying the oil for the lamps kept burning in front of the icons, which were in his charge, and had bought the promised candle, which he set up before the sacred picture in the village church at early mass. As there was a small surplus, he crossed himself piously, then betook himself to the poorer quarter of the town, where he spent his riches, and then reeled home again on his unsteady legs, displaying a slight redness on his nose and his cheeks. Tatiana Markovna happened to meet him. She immediately smelt the brandy, and asked in surprise what he had been doing. He replied that he had been to church, bowed his head devoutly, and folded his arms on his breast. He explained to Vasilisa that he had done his duty in fulfilling his vow. She looked at him in perturbation, for in her anxieties about her mistress and in the preparations for the wedding she had not thought of her own vow. Here was Jacob, who had fulfilled his, and was going about with a pious, jubilant air, and reminding her of her promised pilgrimage to Kiev. "I don't feel strong enough," she complained. "I have hardly any bones in me, only flesh. Lord, have mercy on me." For 30 years she had been steadily putting on flesh. She lived on coffee, tea, bread, potatoes and gherkins, and often fish, even at those times of the year when meat was permitted. In her distress she went to Father Vassily to ask him to set her doubts at rest. She had heard that kind priests were willing to release people from their vows or to allow substituted vows where weakness of body hindered the performance of the original.
"As you agreed to go, you must go," said Father Vassily.
"I agreed because I was frightened, little father. I thought that mistress would die, but she was well again in 3 days. Why then should I make the long journey?"
"Yes, there is no short road to Kiev. If you had no inclination to go, you should not have registered the vow."
"The inclination is there, but strength fails me. I suffer from want of breath, even when I go to church. I am already in my 7th decade, father. It would be different if mistress had been 3 months in bed, if she had received the sacraments and the last unction, and then had been restored to health by God in answer to my prayer. Then I would have gone to Kiev on my hands and knees."
"Well, what is to be done?"
asked Father Vassily, smiling. "Now I should like to promise something different. I will lay a fast on myself never to eat another bit of meat until I die."
"Do you like meat?"
"I can't bear the sight of it, and have weaned myself from eating it."
"A difficult vow," said Father Vassily with another smile, "must be replaced by something as difficult or more difficult, but you have chosen the easiest. Isn't there anything that it would be hard for you to carry out? Think again."
Vasilisa thought and said there was nothing.
"Very well, then you must go to Kiev."
"I would gladly go, if I were not so stout."
"How can your vow be eased?"
said Father Vassily, thinking aloud.
"What do you live on?"
"On tea, coffee, mushroom soup, potatoes."
"Do you like coffee?"
"Yes, little father."
"Abstain from coffee."
"That is nearly as bad," she sighed, "as going to Kiev. What am I to live on?"
"On meat."
It seemed to her that he was laughing, and indeed he did laugh when he saw her face.
"You don't like it,"
he said.
"But make the sacrifice."
"What good does it do me? And to eat meat is not fasting, father."
"Eat it on the days when it may be eaten. The good it will do is that you will lay on less fat. In 6 months you are absolved of your vow."
She went away in some distress, and began to execute the priest's instructions the next day, turning her nose sadly away from the steaming coffee that she brought her mistress in the morning. In about 10 days Marfinka returned in company with her fiancé and his mother. Vikentiev and she brought their laughter, their gaiety, and their merry talk into the quiet house. But within a couple of hours after their arrival they had become quiet and timid, for their gaiety had aroused a melancholy echo, as in an empty house. A mist lay on everything. Even the birds had ceased to fly to the spot where Marfinka fed them. Swallows, starlings, and all the feathered inhabitants of the park were gone, and not a stork was to be seen flying over the Volga. The gardener had thrown away the withered flowers. The space in front of the house, usually radiant and sweet with flowers, now showed black rings of newly dug earth framed in yellowish grass. The branches of some of the trees had been enveloped in bast, and the trees in the park became barer with every day. The Volga grew darker and darker, as if the river were preparing for its icy winter sleep. Nature does not create, but it does emphasize human melancholy. Marfinka asked herself what had happened to everybody in the house as she looked doubtfully round her. Even her own pretty little room did not look so gay. It was as if Vera's nervous silence had invaded it. Her eyes filled with tears. Why was everything so different? Why had Verotchka come over from the other house, and why did she walk no more in the field or in the thicket? Where was Tit Nikonich? They all looked worried and hardly spoke to one another. They did not even tease Marfinka and her fiancé. Vera and grandmother were silent. What had happened to the whole house? It was the first trouble that Marfinka had encountered in her happy life, and she fell in unconsciously with the serious dull tone that obtained in Malinovka. Silence, reserve and melancholy were equally foreign to Vikentyev's nature. He urged his mother to persuade Tatiana Markovna to allow Marfinka to go back with them to Kolchina until the wedding at the end of October. To his surprise, permission was given easily and quickly, and the young people flew like swallows from autumn to the warmth, light, and brightness of their future home. Raisky drove over to fetch Tit Nikonich. He was haggard and yellow, and hardly stirred from his place, and he only gradually recovered, like a child whose toys have been restored to him, when he saw Tatiana Markovna in her usual surroundings, and found himself in the middle of the picture, either at table, with her serviette tucked in his collar, or in the window, on the stool near her chair, with a cup of tea before him poured out by her hands. Another member was added to the family circle at Malinovka, for Raisky brought Kozlov to dinner one day to receive the heartiest of welcomes. Tatiana Markovna had the tact not to let the poor forsaken man see that she was aware of his trouble. She greeted him with a jest. "Why have you not been near us for so long, Leonty Ivanovitch? Borushka says that I don't know how to entertain you, and that you don't like my table. Did you tell him so?" "How should I not like it? When did I say such a thing?" he asked Raisky severely. "You are joking," he went on as everybody laughed, and he himself had to smile. He had had time to find his own bearings, and had begun to realize the necessity of hiding his grief from others. "Yes, it is a long time since I was here. My wife has gone to Moscow to visit her relations, so that I could not—" "You ought to have come straight to us," observed Tatiana Markovna, "when it was so dull by yourself at home." "I expect her, and am always afraid she may come when I am not at home." "You would soon hear of her arrival, and she must pass our house. From the windows of the old house we can see who comes along the road, and we will stop her." "It is true that the road to Moscow can be seen from here," said Kozlov, looking quickly and almost happily at his hostess. "Come and stay with us," she said. "I simply will not let you go today," said Raisky. "I am bored by myself, and we will move over into the old house. After Marfinka's wedding I am going away, and you will be the grandmother's and Vera's first minister, friend and protector." "Thank you, if I am not in the way." "How can you talk like that? You ought to be ashamed of yourself." "Oh, forgive me, Tatiana Markovna." "Better eat your dinner. The soup is getting cold." "I am hungry too," he said, suddenly seizing his spoon. He ate his soup silently, looking round him as if he were seeking the road to Moscow, and he preserved the same demeanour all through the meal. "It is so quiet here," he said after dinner, as he looked out of the window. "There is still some green left, and the air is so fresh. Listen, Boris Pavlovitch, I should like to bring the library here." "As you like. Tomorrow, as far as I am concerned. It is your possession to do as you please with." "What should I do with it now? I will have it brought over so that I can take care of it, else in the end that man Mark will—" Raisky strode about the room. Vera's eyes were fixed on her needlework, and Tatiana Markovna went to the window. Shortly after this, Raisky took Leontie to the old house to show him the room that Tatiana Markovna had arranged for him. Leontie went from one window to another to see which of them commanded a view of the Moscow road. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On a misty autumn day, as Vera sat at work in her room, Yakov brought her a letter written on blue paper, which had been brought by a lad who had instructions to wait for an answer. When she had recovered from the first shock at the sight of the letter, she took it, laid it on the table, and dismissed Yakov. She tried to go on with her work, but her hands fell helplessly on her lap. "When will there be an end of this torture?" she whispered nervously. Then she took from her bureau the earlier unopened blue letter, laid it by the side of the other, and covered her face with her hands. What answer could he expect from her, she asked herself, when they had parted forever? Surely he dare not call her once more? If so, an answer must be given, for the messenger was waiting. She opened the letters and read the earlier one. "Are we really not to meet again, Vera? That would be incredible. A few days ago there would have been reason in our separation. Now it is a useless sacrifice, hard for both of us. We have striven obstinately with one another for a whole year for the prize of happiness, and now that the goal is attained, you run away. Yet it is you who spoke of an eternal love. Is that logical?" "Logical," she repeated, but she collected her courage and read on. "I am now permitted to choose another place of residence. But now I cannot leave you, for it will be dishonorable. You cannot think that I am proud of my victory, and that it is easy for me to go away. I cannot allow you to harbor such an idea. I cannot leave you because you love me." Once more she interrupted her reading, but resumed it with an effort. "And because my whole being is in a fever. Let us be happy, Vera. Be convinced that our conflict, our quarreling, was nothing but the mask of passion. The mask has fallen, and we have no other ground of dispute. In reality we have long been one. You ask for a love which shall be eternal. Many desire that, but it is an impossibility." She stopped her reading to tell herself with a pitying smile that his conception of love was of a perpetual fever. "My mistake was in openly asserting this truth, which life itself would have revealed in due course. From this time onwards I will not assail your convictions, for it is not they, but passion, which is the essential factor in our situation. Let us enjoy our happiness in silence. I hope that you will agree to this logical solution." Vera smiled bitterly as she continued to read. "They would hardly allow you to go away with me, and indeed that is hardly possible. Nothing but a wild passion could lead you to do such a thing, and I do not expect it. Other convictions indifferent to me would be needed to impel you to this course. You would be faced with a future which fulfills neither your own wishes nor the demands of your relations, for mine is an uncertain existence without home, hearth, or possessions. But if you think you can persuade your grandmother, we will be betrothed, and I will remain here for an indefinite time. A separation now would be like a bad comedy, in which the unprofitable role is yours, at which Raisky, when he hears of it,
will be the first to laugh. I warn you again now, as I did before. Send your reply to the address of my landlady, Sekletaya Budalakov."
In spite of her exhaustion after reading this epistle, Vera took up the one which Jacob had just brought. It was hastily written in pencil.
"Every day I have been wandering about by the Precipice, hoping to see you in answer to my earlier letter. I have only just heard by chance of your indisposition. Come, Vera, if you are ill, write 2 words, and I will come myself to the old house. If I receive no answer today, I will expect you tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the arbor. I must know quickly whether I should go or stay, but I do not think we shall part. In any case, I expect either you or an answer. If you are ill, I will make my way into your house."
Terrified by his threat of coming, she seized pen and paper, but her hands trembled too much to allow her to write.
"I cannot,"
she exclaimed.
"I have no strength. I am stifled. How shall I begin, and what can I write? I have forgotten how I used to write to him, to speak to him."
She sent for Jacob and told him to dismiss the messenger and to say that an answer would follow later. She wondered as she walked slowly back to her room when she would find strength that day to write to him. What she should say. She could only repeat that she could not and would not, and tomorrow she told herself he would wait for her in the arbor, he would be wild with disappointment, and if he repeats his signals with the rifle he will come into conflict with the servants, and eventually with grandmother herself. She tried to write, but threw the pen aside. Then she thought she would go to him herself, tell him all she had to say, and then leave him. As once before, her hands sought in vain her mantilla, her scarf, and without knowing what she did, she sank helplessly down on the divan. If she told her grandmother, the necessary steps would be taken, but otherwise the letters would begin again. Or should she send her cousin, who was after all her natural and nearest friend and protector, to convince Mark that there was no hope for him? But she considered that he also was in the toils of passion, and that it would be hard for him to execute the mission, that he might be involved in a heated dispute which might develop into a dangerous situation. She turned to Tushin, whom she could trust to accomplish the errand effectively without blundering. But it seemed impossible to set Tushin face to face with the rival who had robbed him of his desires. Yet she saw no alternative. No delay was possible. Tomorrow would bring another letter, and then, failing an answer, Mark himself. After brief consideration, she wrote a note to Tushin, and this time the same pen covered easily and quickly the same paper that had been so impracticable half an hour before. She asked him to come and see her the next morning. Until now, Vera had been accustomed to guard her own secrets, and to exercise an undivided rule in the world of her thoughts. If she had given her confidence to the priest's wife, it was out of charity. She had confided to her the calendar of her everyday life, its events, its emotions and impressions. She had told her of her secret meetings with Mark, but concealed from her the catastrophe, telling her simply that all was over between them. As the priest's wife was ignorant of the denouement of the story at the foot of the precipice, she put down Vera's illness to grief at their parting. Vera loved Marfinka as she loved Natalia Ivanovna, not as a comrade, but as a child. In more peaceful times she would again confide the details of her life to Natalia Ivanovna as before, but in a crisis she went to Tatiana Markovna, sent for Tushin, or sought help from her cousin Boris. Now she put the letters in her pocket, found her aunt, and sat down beside her. "What has happened, Vera? You are upset." "Not upset, but worried. I have received letters from there."
"From there,"
repeated Tatiana Markovna, turning pale. "The first was written some time ago, but I have only just opened it, and the second was brought to me today," she said, laying them both on the table.
"You want me to know what is in them?"
"Read them, grandmother." Tatiana Markovna put on her glasses and tried to read them, but she found that she could not decipher them, and eventually Vera had to read them. She read in a whisper, suppressing a phrase here and there, then she crumpled them up and put them back in her pocket.
"What do you think, Verочка?"
asked Tatiana Markovna uncertainly.
"He is willing to be betrothed and to remain here. Perhaps if he is prepared to live like other people, if he loves you, and if you think you could be happy."
He calls betrothal a comedy, and yet suggests it. He thinks that only that is needed to make me happy. Grandmother, you know my frame of mind, so why do you ask me?
"You came to me to ask me what you should decide,"
began Tatiana Markovna with some hesitation, as she did not yet understand why Vera had read her the letters. She was incensed at Mark's audacity, and feared that Vera herself might be seized with a return of her passion. For these reasons she concealed her anxiety. "It was not for that I came to you, grandmother. You know that my mind has long been made up. I will have no more to do with him, and if I am to breathe freely again, and to hope to be able to live once more, it is under the condition that I hear nothing of him, that I can forget everything. He reminds me of what has happened, calls me down there, seeks to allure me with talk of happiness, will marry me. Gracious heaven! Understand, grandmother," she went on, as Tatiana Markovna's anxiety could no longer be concealed, "that if by a miracle he now became the man I hoped he would be, if he now were to believe all that I believe, and loved me as I desired to love him, even if all this happened, I would not turn aside from my path at his call." No song could have been sweeter to the ears of Tatiana Markovna. "I should not be happy with him," Vera continued. "I could never forget what he had been or believe in the new Mark. I have endured more than enough to kill any passion. There is nothing left in my heart but a cold emptiness, and but for you, grandmother, I should despair." She wept convulsively, her head pressed against her aunt's shoulder.
"Do not recall your sufferings, Verочка, and do not distress yourself unnecessarily. We agreed never to speak of it again."
"But for the letters I should not have spoken, for I need peace. Take me away, grandmother, hide me, or I shall die. He calls me to that place." Tatiana Markovna rose and drew Vera into the armchair, while she drew herself to her full height.
"If that is so," she said, "if he thinks he can continue to annoy you, he will have to reckon with me. I will shield and protect you. Console yourself, child. You will hear no more of him."
"What will you do?" she asked in amazement, springing from her chair.
"He summons you? Well, I will go to the rendezvous in your place, and we will see if he calls you any more, or comes here, or writes to you."
She strode up and down the room, trembling with anger.
"At what time does he go to the arbor tomorrow? At 5, I think?"
she asked sharply. "Grandmother, you don't understand," said Vera gently, taking her hand. "Calm yourself. I make no accusation against him. Never forget that I alone am guilty. He does not know what has happened to me during these days, and therefore he writes. Now it is necessary to explain to him how ill and spiritless I am, and you want to fight. I don't wish that. I would have written to him, but could not, and I have not the strength to see him. I would have asked Ivan Ivanovitch, but you know how he cares for me, and what hopes he cherishes. To bring him into contact with a man who has destroyed those hopes is impossible."
"Impossible," agreed Tatiana Markovna. "God knows what might happen between them. You have a near relation who knows all and loves you like a sister, Borushka."
"If that were how he loved me," thought Vera. She did not mean to reveal Raisky's passion for her, which remained her secret. "Perhaps I will ask my cousin," she said, "or I will collect my strength and answer the letter myself, so as to make him understand my position and renounce all hope. But in the meantime I must let him know, so that he does not come to the arbour to wait in vain for me."
"I will do that,"
struck in Tatiana Markovna. "But you will not go yourself?" asked Vera, looking direct into her eyes. "Remember that I make no complaint against him, and wish him no evil."
"Nor do I," returned her aunt, looking away. "You may be assured I will not go myself, but I will arrange it so that he does not await you in the arbour."
"Forgive me, grandmother, for this fresh disturbance." Tatiana Markovna sighed and kissed her knees. Vera left the room in a calmer frame of mind, wondering what means her aunt proposed to take to prevent Mark from coming next day to the arbour. Next day at noon Vera heard horses' hoofs at the gate. When she looked out of the window her eyes shone with pleasure for a moment as she saw Tushin ride into the courtyard. She went to meet him. "I saw you from the window," she said, adding, as she looked at him, "Are you well?"
"What else should I be?"
he answered with embarrassment, turning his head away so that she should not notice the signs of suffering on his face.
"And you?"
"I fell ill, and my illness might have taken an ill turn, but now it is over. Where is grandmother?" she asked, turning to Vasilisa. "The mistress went out after tea and took Savelli with her." Vera invited Tushin to her room, but for the moment both were embarrassed. "Have you forgiven me?" asked Vera after a pause, without looking at him.
"Forgiven you?"
"For all you have endured. Ivan Ivanovitch, you have changed. I can see that you carry a heavy heart. Your suffering and grandmother's is a hard penance for me. But for you three, grandmother, you and cousin Boris, I could not survive."
"And yet you say that you give us pain. Look at me. I think I am better already. If you would only recover your own peace of mind, it will all be over and forgotten."
"I had begun to recover and to forget. Marfinka's marriage is close at hand. There was a great deal to do, and my attention was distracted. But yesterday I was violently excited, and am not quite calm now."
"What has happened? Can I serve you, Vera Vasilyevna?"
"I cannot accept your service."
"Because you do not think me able—"
"Not that. You know all that has happened. Read what I have received," she said, taking the letters from a box and handing them to him. Tushin read, and turned as pale as he had been when he arrived.
"You are right. In this matter my assistance is superfluous. You alone can—"
"I cannot, Ivan Ivanovitch," she said, while he looked at her interrogatively. "I can neither write a word to him, nor see him. Yet I must give him an answer. He will wait there in the arbour, or if I leave him without an answer, he will come here, and I can do nothing."
"What kind of answer?"
"You ask me the same question as grandmother. Yet you have read the letter. He promises me happiness, will submit to a betrothal. Yesterday I tried to write to him to tell him that I was not happy, and should not be happy after betrothal, and to bid him farewell, but I cannot put these lines on paper, and I cannot commission any one to deliver my answer. Grandmother flared up when she read the letter, and I fear she would not be able to restrain her feelings, so I—"
"You thought of me," said Tushin, standing up. "Tushin, you thought, would do you this service, and then you sent for me." Pride, joy, and affection shone in his eyes.
"No, Ivan Ivanovitch, I sent for you so that you might be at my side in these difficult hours. I am calmer when you are here. But I will not send you down there. I will not inflict on you this last insult, will not set you face to face with a man who cannot be an object of indifference to you. No, no." Tushin was about to speak, but instead he stretched out his hands in silence, and Vera looked at him with mixed feelings of gratitude and sorrow, as she realized with what small things he was made happy.
"Insult," he said. "It would have been hard to bear if you were to send me to him with an olive branch, to bring him up here from the depths of the precipice. But even though that dove-like errand would not suit me, I would still undertake it to give you peace, if I thought it would make you happy."
"Ivan Ivanovitch," replied Vera, hardly restraining her tears, "I believe you would have done it, but I would never send you."
"But now I am not asked to go outside my role of bear, to tell him what you cannot write to him, Vera Vassilievna, would give me happiness." She reflected that this was all the happiness with which she had to reward him, and dropped her eyes. His mood changed when he noticed her thoughtful, melancholy air. His proud bearing, the gleam in his eyes, and the colour in his face disappeared. He regretted his incautious display of pleasure. It seemed to him that his delight and his mention of the word happiness had been tantamount to a renewal of his profession of love and the offer of his hand, and had betrayed to her the fact that he rejoiced selfishly at her breach with Mark. Vera guessed that he was deceiving himself once more. Her heart, her feminine instinct, her friendship, these things prevented Tushin from abandoning his hope. She gave what she could, an unconditional trust and a boundless esteem. "Yes, Ivan Ivanovitch, I see now that I have placed my hopes on you, though I did not confess it to myself, and no one would have persuaded me to ask the service of you. But since you make the generous offer yourself, I am delighted, and thank you with all my heart. No one can help me as you do, because no one else loves me as you do." "You spoil me, Vera Vassilievna, when you talk like that. But it is true. You read my very soul."
"Will it not be hard for you to see him?"
"No, I shan't faint." He smiled.
"Go at 5 o'clock to the arbour and tell him—" She considered a moment, then scribbled with a pencil what she had said she wished to say without adding a word. "Here is my answer," she said, handing him the open envelope. "You may add anything you think necessary, for you know all. And don't forget, Ivan Ivanovitch, that I blame him for nothing, and consequently," she added, looking away, "you may leave your whip behind."
"Very well,"
he said between his teeth. "Forgive me," said Vera, offering her hand. "I do not say it as a reproach. I breathe more freely now that I have told you what I wish, and what I don't wish in your interview."
"And you thought I needed the hint?"
"Pardon a sick woman," she said, and he pressed her hand again. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A little later Tatiana Markovna and Raisky returned to the house. Raisky and Tushin were embarrassed in one another's presence, and found it difficult to talk naturally about the simplest things. But at the dinner table, the real sympathy between them conquered the awkwardness of the situation. They looked one another straight in the eyes and read there a mutual confidence. After dinner, Raisky went to his room, and Tushin excused himself on the ground of business. Vera's thoughts followed him. It was nearly 5 o'clock when he was trying to find his direction in the thicket. Although he was no stranger there, he seemed not to be able to find what he sought. He looked from side to side where the bushes grew more thickly, certain that he must be in the neighborhood of the arbor. He stood still and looked impatiently at his watch. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and neither the arbor nor Mark were visible. Suddenly he heard a rustle in the distance, and among the young pines a figure appeared and disappeared alternately. Mark was approaching, and reached the place where Tushin was standing. They looked at one another a full minute, when they met. "Where is the arbor?" said Mark at last. "I don't exactly know in which direction." "In which direction? We are standing on the spot where it was still standing yesterday morning." The arbor had vanished, to allow of the literal carrying out of Tatiana Markovna's promise that Mark should not wait for Vera in the arbor. An hour after her conversation with Vera, she had descended the precipice, accompanied by Savelli and 5 peasants with axes, and within 2 hours the arbor had been carried away, the peasant women and children helping to remove beams and boards. Next day the site of the arbor was levelled, covered with turf, and planted with young fir trees. "If I had had the arbor removed before," thought Tatiana Markovna regretfully, "the rascal would have noticed it, and would not have written her the letters." The situation was clear enough to the rascal now. "That is the old lady's handiwork," he thought, when he saw the young fir trees. "Her Vera, like a well-bred young woman, has told her the whole story." He nodded to Tushin and was turning away, when he saw his rival's eyes were fixed on him. "Are you out for a stroll?" said Mark. "Why do you look at me in that extraordinary fashion? I suppose you are visiting at Malinovka?" Tushin replied dryly and politely that he was a visitor at the house, and had come down especially to see Mark. "To see me?" asked Mark quickly with a look of inquiry. Has he heard too? He wondered. He remembered that Tushin admired Vera, and wondered whether the forest Othello was meditating tragedy and murder on the green.
"I have a commission for you,"
said Tushin, handing him the letter. Without betraying any sense of discomfort, or any sign of pain or rage, Mark read it rapidly. "Do you know the whole story?" he asked. "Allow me to leave that question unanswered, and instead to ask you whether you have any answer to give," said Tushin. Mark shook his head. "I take it for granted that, in accordance with her wish, you will leave her in peace in the future, that you will not remind her of your existence in any way, will not write to her nor visit this place." "What business is it of yours?" asked Mark. "Are you her declared lover, that you make these demands?" "One does not need to be her fiancé to execute a commission. It is sufficient to be a friend." "And if I do write, or do come here, what then?" cried Mark angrily. "I cannot say how Vera Vassilievna would take it, but if she gives me another commission, I will undertake it," said Tushin. "You are an obedient friend," observed Mark maliciously. "Yes, I am her friend," replied Tushin seriously. "I thought her wish would be law to you too. She is just beginning to recover from a serious illness." "What is the matter with her?" said Mark, gently for him. As he received no answer, he went on. "Excuse my outburst, but you see my agitation. Calmness is desirable for you too.
Is there any answer to this letter?
I do not need your assistance for that. I will write.
She will not receive your letter. Her state of health necessitates quiet, which she cannot have if you force yourself on her. I tell you what was told me, and what I have seen for myself.
Do you wish her well? Asked Mark.
I do.
You see that she loves me. She has told you so.
She has not said so to me. Indeed, she never spoke of love. She gave me the letter I handed you, and asked me to make it clear that she did not wish, and was not indeed in a condition, to see you or to receive any letter from you.
How ridiculous to make herself and other people suffer! If you are her friend, you can relieve her of her misery, her illness, and her collapse of strength. The old lady has broken down the arbor, but she has not destroyed passion, and passion will break Vera. You say yourself she is ill.
I did not say that passion was the cause of her illness.
What can have made her ill?
Asked Mark. Your letters. You expect her in the arbor, and threaten to come to her yourself. That she cannot endure, and has asked me to tell you so.
She says that, but in reality
she always speaks the truth.
Why did she give you the commission?
Receiving no answer, Mark continued.
You have her confidence, and can therefore tell her how strange it is to refuse happiness. Advise her to put an end to the wretched situation, to renounce her grandmother's morality, and then I propose...
If you understood Vera Vassilievna, you would know that hers is one of those natures that declines explanations and advice.
You execute your errands most brilliantly and diplomatically, said Mark angrily. Tushin looked at him without replying, and his calm silence enraged Mark. He saw in the disappearance of the arbor and the appearance on the scene of Tushin as a mediator the certain end of his hopes. Vera's hesitation was over, and she was now firmly determined on separation. He was enraged by his consciousness that Vera's illness was really not the result of her infatuation for him, which she would not have confessed to her aunt, much less to Tushin. Mark knew her obstinacy, which resisted even the flame of passion, and on that very account he had, almost in despair, resigned himself to submit to a formal betrothal, and had communicated his decision to her, had consented to remain in the town indefinitely, that is, so long as the tie between them held. Convinced of the truth of his conception of love, he foresaw that in the course of time passion would grow cool and disappear, that they would not forever be held by it, and then he was convinced Vera would herself recognize the situation and acquiesce in the consequences. And now his offer had become superfluous. No one was prepared to accept it, and he was simply to be dismissed. "I do not know what to do," he said proudly. "I cannot find any answer to your diplomatic mission. Naturally, I shall not again visit the arbor, as it has ceased to exist."
"And you will write no more letters either," added Tushin, "as they would not in any case reach her. Neither will you come to the house, where you would not be admitted."
"Are you her guardian?"
"That would depend on Vera Vassilievna's wishes. There is a mistress of the house who commands her servants. I take it that you accept the facts."
"The devil knows," cried Mark, "how ridiculous all this is. Mankind have forged chains for themselves and make martyrs of themselves." Although he still justified himself in making no reply, he felt that his position was untenable. "I am leaving the place shortly," he said, "in about a week's time. Can I not see Vera Vassilievna for a minute?"
"That cannot be arranged because she is ill."
"Is any pressure being put upon her?"
"She requires only one medicine, not to be reminded of you."
I do not place entire confidence in you because you do not appear to me to be an indifferent party." Tushin did not answer in the same tone. He understood Mark's feeling of bitter disillusion and made another attempt at conciliation. "If you do not trust me," he said, "you hold the evidence in your hand." "A dismissal, yes, but that proves nothing. Passion is a sea where storm reigns today and tomorrow dead calm. Perhaps she already repents having sent this." "I think not. She takes counsel with herself before acting. It is plain from your last words that you don't understand Vera Vassilievna. You will, of course, act in accordance with her wishes. I will not insist any more on an answer." "There is no answer to give. I am going away." "That is an answer." "It is not she who needs an answer, but you, the romantic Raisky, and the old lady."
"Why not include the whole town? But I will take on myself to assure Vera Vassilievna that your answer will be literally carried out. Farewell."
"Farewell, Sir Knight." Tushin frowned slightly, touched his cap, and was gone. Mark's face was very pale. He recognized bitterly that he was beaten, that his romance ended here at the foot of the precipice, which he must leave without once turning round, with no pity, no word of farewell to speed him. He was bidden to go as if he were a contemptible enemy. Why had all this come about? He was not conscious of any fault. Why should he part from her like this? She could not pretend that he had been the cause of what old-fashioned people would call her fall. He had gone so far as to belie his own convictions, to neglect his mission, and was even prepared to contemplate marriage. Yet he received a laconic note instead of a friendly letter, a go-between instead of herself. It was as if he had been struck with a knife, and a cold shiver ran through his body. It was not the old lady who had invented these measures, for Vera did not allow others to dictate to her. It must have been she herself. What had he done, and why should she act with such severity? He went slowly away. When he reached the fence, he swung himself on to the top and sat there, asking himself again where his fault lay. He remembered that at their last meeting he had fairly warned her. He had said, in effect, "Remember that I have warned you. If you stretch out your hand to me, you are mine, and the responsibility for the consequences rests with you. I am innocent." That was surely logical, he thought. Suddenly he sprang down on the road and went without looking back. He remembered how, at this very spot, he had prepared to leave her. But he heard her nervous, despairing cry of farewell, and had then looked round and rushed to her. As he answered these questions, his blood hammered in his veins. He strode up the hill. The knife had done its work. It bored deeper and deeper. Memory pitilessly revived a series of fleeting pictures. The inner voice told him that he had not acted honorably, and spared her when her strength had failed. She used to call you a wolf in jest, but the name will be no jest in her memory, for you joined to the fierceness of a wolf a fox's cunning, and the malice of a yapping dog. There was nothing human about you. She took with her from the depths of the precipice nothing but a bitter memory and a lifelong sorrow. How could she be so blind as to be led astray, to let herself be dazzled, to forget herself? You may triumph, for she will never forget you. He understood now the laconic note, her illness, and the appearance of Tushin instead of herself at the foot of the precipice. Leontий told Raisky that Mark had informed him that he was going to spend some time with his old aunt in the government of Novgorod. He intended to enter the army once more as an ensign, in the hope of being sent to Caucasus. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Raisky and Tushin had been talking all the evening, and for the first time in their lives observed one another closely, with the result that both felt a desire for a closer acquaintance. Tushin asked Raisky to be his guest for a week, to have a look at the forest, the steam saw, and the timber industry. Raisky accepted, and the next day they crossed the river together in Tushin's boat. Vera's name did not cross their lips. Each was conscious that the other knew his secret. Raisky, in any case, had learned of Tushin's offer, of his behavior on that occasion, and of his part in the whole drama from Vera herself. His jealous prejudices had instantly vanished, and he felt nothing but esteem and sympathy for Tushin. As he studied the personality of Vera's friend, as his fancy did him its usual service of putting the object, not in itself a romantic one, in the best light, he admired Tushin's simplicity and frankness. After a week spent at Smoke, after seeing him at home, in the factory, in field and forest, after talking through the night with him by the flickering light of the fire, he understood how Vera's eye and heart should have recognized the simple completeness of the man and placed Tushin side by side with Tatiana Markovna and her sister in her affections. Raisky himself was attracted to this simple, gentle, and yet strong personality, and would like to have stayed longer at Smoke, but Tatiana Markovna wrote asking him to return without delay, as his presence was necessary at Malinovka. Tushin offered to drive with him, for company's sake, as he said. In reality he wanted to know why Tatiana Markovna had sent for Raisky, whether there was a new turn in Vera's affairs, or any service to be rendered her. He remembered uncomfortably his meeting with Mark, and how unwillingly he had said that he was going away. Tushin wondered anxiously whether he had kept his promise, whether he was annoying Vera in any way. When Raisky reached Malinovka, he hurried straight to Vera. While his impressions were still fresh, he drew in vivid colors a full-length portrait of Tushin, describing his surroundings and his activities with sympathetic appreciation. Vera sighed, perhaps for sorrow that she did not love Tushin more and differently. Raisky would have gone on talking about his visit if he had not had a message from his aunt that she would like to see him immediately. He asked Vera if she knew why he had been sent for. "I know something is wrong, but she has not told me, and I don't like to ask. Indeed, I fear—" She broke off, and at that moment Tushin sent in word to know if she would receive him. She assented. When Raisky entered her room, Tatiana Markovna dismissed Pashutka and locked the door. She looked worried and old, and her appearance terrified Raisky. "Has something disagreeable happened?" he asked, sitting down opposite her. "What is done," she said sadly. "I'm sitting on needles, grandmother. Tell me quickly." "That old thief Tchikov has had his revenge on us both. He wormed out a tale about me from a crazy old woman, but this has had no special results, for people are indifferent to the past, and in any case I stand with one foot in the grave and don't care about myself. But Vera—" "What about Vera, grandmother?" "Her secret has ceased to be a secret. Rumors are going about the town. At first I did not understand why on Sunday at church the vice-governor's wife asked me twice about Vera's health,
and why 2 other ladies listened curiously for my answers. I looked round and read on every face the same question: what was the matter with Vera? I said she had been ill, but was better again. Then there were further questions, and I extricated myself with difficulty. The real misfortune, thank God, is concealed. I learned from Tit Nikonitch yesterday that the gossip is on the wrong track. Ivan Ivanovitch is suspected. Do you remember that on Marfinka's birthday he said not a word, but sat there like a mute, until Vera came in, when he suddenly woke up? The guests, of course, noticed it. In any case, it has long been no secret that he loves Vera, and he has no arts of concealment. People said that they vanished into the garden, that Vera went later to the old house, and Tushin drove away. Do you know what he came for?
Raisky nodded.
Vera and Tushin are coupled together in everybody's mouth.
You said that Tchikov had dragged me in, too.
Polina Karpovna did that. She went out to find you in the evening, when you were out late with Vera. You said something to her, apparently in jest, which she understood in her own way, and she has involved you. They say she had alienated you from Vera, with whom you were supposed to be in love, and she keeps on repeating that she dragged you from the precipice. What had you to do with her, and what is the tale about Vera? Perhaps you had been in her confidence for a long time, and you both kept silence with me. This is what your freedom has brought you to, she sighed.
That silly old bird got off too easily, said Raisky, clenching his fists. Tomorrow I will have it out with her.
You have found someone whom you could call to account. What is the use of reproaching her? She is ridiculous, and no one cares what she says. But the old chatterbox Tchikov has established that on Marfinka's birthday Vera and Tushin had a long conversation in the avenue, that the day before she stayed out far into the night and was subsequently ill, and he has put his own construction on Polina Karpovna's tale. He is trumpeting it in the town that it was not with you but with Tushin that she was walking about at night. Then, to crown all, a drunken old woman made revelations about me. Tchikov has extracted everything.
Tatiana's eyes dropped and her face flushed for a moment. That is another story, said Raisky seriously, striding up and down the room. The lesson you gave him was not sufficient. I will try a repetition of it.
What do you mean? God forbid that you should. You will try to prove that the tale is not true, which is not difficult. It is only necessary to know where Ivan Ivanovitch spent the evening before Marfinka's birthday. Supposing he was in his forest, then people will ask who was with Vera in the park. The Kritsky woman saw you at the top of the precipice, and Vera was...
What is to be done? Asked Raisky in fear for Vera.
God's judgments are put in the mouths of men,
whispered Tatiana Markovna sadly.
And they must not be despised. We must humble ourselves, and our cup is apparently not yet full.
Conscious of the difficulties of their position, both were silent. Vera's retired way of life, Tushin's devotion to her, her independence of her aunt's authority, were familiar and accustomed facts. But Raisky's attention to her wrapped this simple situation in an uncertainty, which Polina Karpovna had noticed, and had naturally not kept to herself. It was not only Tatiana Markovna who had marked out Tushin as Vera's probable husband. The town expected 2 great events, Marfinka's marriage with Vikentiev, which was about to take place, and in no distant future, Tushin's marriage with Vera. Then suddenly there were these incomprehensible, unexpected happenings. On her sister's birthday, Vera appeared among the guests only for a moment, hardly spoke to anyone, then vanished into the garden with Tushin, and afterwards to the old house, while Tushin left without even saying good-bye to his hostess. Polina Markovna had related how Raisky, on the eve of the family festival, had gone out for a walk with Vera. Following on this, Vera had fallen ill, then Tatiana Markovna. No one was admitted to the house. Raisky wandered about like one possessed, and the doctors gave no definite report. There was no word or sign of a wedding. Why had Tushin not made his offer, and if he made it, why was it not accepted? People surmised that Raisky had entrapped Vera. If so, why did he not marry her? They were determined to know who was wrong and who was right, and to give judgment accordingly. Both Tatiana Markovna and Raisky were conscious of all this, and feared the verdict for Vera's sake. "Grandmother," said Raisky at last, "you must tell Ivan Ivanovitch this yourself, and be guided by what he says. I know his character now, and am confident that he will decide on the right course. He loves Vera, and cares more for what happens to her than to himself. He came over the Volga with me because your letter to me made him anxious about Vera. When you have talked this over with him, I will go to Polina Karpovna, and perhaps see Tычkov as well." "I am determined you shall not meet Tычkov." "I must," replied Raisky. "I will not have it, Boris. No good can come of it. I will follow your advice and speak to Ivan Ivanovitch. Then we will see whether you need go to Polina Karpovna. Ask Ivan Ivanovitch to come here, but say not a word to Vera. She has heard nothing so far, and God grant that she never will." Raisky went to Vera, and his place with Tatiana Markovna was taken by Tushin. Tatiana Markovna could not disguise her agitation when Ivan Ivanovitch entered her room. He made his bow in silence. "How did you find Vera?" she asked after a pause.
"She seemed to be well and calm."
"God grant that she is. But how much trouble all this has caused you," she added in a low voice, trying to avoid his eyes.
"What does it matter if Vera Vassilievna has peace?"
"She was beginning to recover, and I too felt happier, so long as our distress was concealed." Tushin started as if he had been shot. "Ivan Ivanovitch," continued Tatiana Markovna, "there is all sorts of gossip in the town. Porushka and I, in a moment of anger, tore the mask from that hypocrite Tычkov. You have no doubt heard the story. Such an outburst ill-fitted my years, but he had been blowing his own trumpet so abominably that it was unendurable. Now he, in his turn, is tearing the mask from us."
"From you? I don't understand."
"When he gossiped about me, no one took any heed, for I am already counted with my fathers. But with Vera it is different, and they have dragged your name into the affair."
"Mine? With Vera Vassilievna's? Please tell me what the talk is."
When Tatiana Markovna had told the story, he asked what she wished him to do. "You must clear yourself," she said. "You have been beyond reproach all your life, and must be again. As soon as Marfinka's wedding is over, I shall settle on my estate at Novosolovo for good. You should make haste to inform Tычkov that you were not in the town on the day before Marfinka's fete day, and consequently could not have been at the Precipice."
"It ought to be done differently."
"Do just as you like, Ivan Ivanovitch. But what else can you say?"
"I would rather not meet Tычkov. He may have heard through others that I certainly was in the town. I was spending a couple of days with a friend. I shall spread it about that I did visit the Precipice on that evening with Vera Vassilievna, although that is not the case. I might add that I had offered her my hand, and had met with a refusal, by which you, Tatiana Markovna, who gave me your approval, were aggrieved, that Vera Vassilievna felt bitterly the breach of our friendship. One might even speak of a distant hope, of a promise.
People will not be kept quiet by that, for a promise cannot always remain a promise.
It will be forgotten, Tatiana Markovna, especially if you, as you say, leave the neighborhood. If it is not forgotten, and you and Vera Vassilievna are further disturbed, it is still possible, he added in a low tone, to accept my proposal.
Ivan Ivanovich, said Tatiana Markovna reproachfully, do you think Vera and I are capable of such a thing? Are we to avail ourselves of your past affection and your generosity merely to still malicious gossip, to stifle talk for which there is a basis of truth? Neither you nor Vera would find happiness in that way.
There is no question of generosity, Tatiana Markovna. If a forest stands in one's way, it must be hewn down. Bold men see no barrier in the sea, and hew their way through the rock itself. Here there is no obstacle of forest, sea, or rock. I am bridging the precipice, and my feet will not tremble when I cross the bridge. Give me Vera Vassilievna. No devil should disturb my happiness or her peace of mind if she lived to be 100. She will be my tsaritsa, and in the peace that reigns in my forest will forget all that now oppresses her. You don't yet understand me.
I do,
whispered Tatiana Markovna tearfully.
But the decision does not lie with me.
He passed his hands across his eyes and through his thick hair, then seized her hands. Forgive me, I forgot the important point. It is not mountain, forest, or sea, but an insurmountable obstacle that confronts me. Vera Vassilievna is not willing. She looks forward to a happier future than I can offer her. You sent for me to let me know of the gossip there is going about, in the view that it must be painful, didn't you? Do not let it disturb either yourself or Vera Vassilievna, but take her away, so that no word of it penetrates to her ears. In the meantime, I will spread in the town the account we have discussed. That man, he could not bring Mark's name over his lips, leaves the town tomorrow or the day after, and all will be forgotten. As for me, since it is decided that Vera Vassilievna is not to be my wife, it does not matter whether I die or live. Tatiana Markovna, pale and trembling, interrupted him.
She will be your wife, she said, when she has learnt to forget. I understand for the first time how you love Vera.
Do not lure me on with false hopes, for I am not a boy. Who can give me security that Vera Vassilievna will ever...
I give you that security.
His eyes shone with gratitude as he took her hand. Tatiana Markovna felt that she had gone too far, and had promised more than she could perform. She withdrew her hand and said soothingly,
She is still very unhappy, and would not understand at present. First of all, she must be left alone.
I will wait and hope, he said in a low tone. If only I might, like Vikentiev, call you grandmother. She signed to him to leave her. When he had gone, she dropped on to her chair and covered her face with her handkerchief. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Raisky had written to Polina Karpovna asking her if he might call the next day about 1 o'clock. Her answer was, Charmé, j'attends, and so on.
He found her in her boudoir, in a stifling atmosphere of burning incense, with curtains drawn to produce a mysterious twilight. She wore a white muslin frock, with wide lace sleeves, with a yellow dahlia at her breast. Near the divan was placed a sumptuously spread table with covers for two. Raisky explained that he had come to make a farewell call. "A farewell call? I won't hear of such a thing. You are joking. It is a bad joke. No, no. Smile and take back the hated word," she protested, slipping her arm in his and leading him to the table. "Don't think of going away. Vive l'amour et la joie." She invited him with a coquettish gesture to be seated, and hung a table napkin over his coat, as she might to a child. He devoted an excellent morning appetite to the food before him. She poured out champagne for him and watched him with tender admiration. After a longish pause, when she had filled his glass for the third or fourth time, she said, "Well, what have you to say about it?" Then, as Raisky looked at her in amazement, she continued, I see. Take off the mask, and have done with concealment." "Ah," sighed Raisky, putting his lips to his glass. They drank to one another's health. "Do you remember that night?" she murmured. "The night of love, as you called it."
"How should it fade from my memory?" he whispered darkly. "That night was the decisive hour."
"I knew it. A mere girl could not hold you." "Une nullité, cette pauvre petite fille, qui n'a que sa figure, shy, inexperienced, devoid of elegance."
"She could not. I have torn myself free."
"And have found what you have long been seeking, have you not? What happened in the park to excite you so?" After a little fencing, Raisky proceeded with his story. "When I thought my happiness was within my grasp, I heard—" "Tushin was there," whispered Polina Karpovna, holding her breath. He nodded silently, and raised his glass once more. "Dites-tu," she said with a malicious smile. "She was walking alone, lost in thought," he said in a confidential tone, while Polina Karpovna played with her watch chain and listened with strained attention. "I was at her heels, determined to have an answer from her. She took one or two steps down the face of the precipice, when someone suddenly came towards her." "He?"
"He."
"What did he do?"
"Good evening, Vera Vassilievna," he said. "How do you do?" She shuddered.
"Hypocrisy!"
"Not at all. I hid myself and listened. 'What are you doing here?' she said. 'I'm spending 2 days in town,' he said, 'to be present at your sister's fete, and I have chosen that day. Decide, Vera Vassilievna, whether I am to love or not.'"
"Où les sentiments vont-ils se nicher?"
exclaimed Polina Karpovna.
"Even in that clod."
"Ivan Ivanovitch," pleaded Vera, continued Raisky. He interrupted her with, "Vera Vassilievna, decide whether tomorrow I should ask Tatiana Markovna for your hand, or throw myself into the Volga."
"Those were his words?"
"His very words."
"Mais il est ridicule." "What did she do? She moaned, cried yes and no?"
"She answered, 'No, Ivan Ivanovitch, give me time to consider whether I can respond with the same deep affection that you feel for me. Give me 6 months, a year, and then I will answer yes or no.'" "Your room is so hot, Polina Karpovna. Could we have a little air?" Raisky thought he had invented enough, and glanced up at his hostess, who wore an expression of disappointment.
"C'est tout?"
she asked. "Oui," he said. In any case, Tushin did not abandon hope. On the next day, Marfinka's birthday, he appeared again to hear her last word. From the Precipice he went through the park, and she accompanied him. It seems that next day his hopes revived. Mine are forever gone.
And that is all? People have been spreading God knows what tales about your cousin and you. They have not even spared that Saint Tatiana Markovna with their poisonous tongues. That unendurable Tchikov.
Raisky pricked up his ears. They talk about grandmother? He asked waveringly. He remembered the hint Vera had given him of Tatiana Markovna's love story, and he had heard something from Vasilisa, but what woman has not her romance? They must have dug up some lie or some gossip out of the dust of 40 years. He must know what it was, in order to stop Tchkov's mouth. "What do they say about grandmother?" he asked in a low, intimate voice.
Ah, c'est dégoûtant. No one believes it, and everybody is jeering at Tchikov for having debased himself to interrogate a drink-maddened old beggar woman. I will not repeat it.
"If you please," he whispered tenderly.
"You wish to know?"
she whispered, bending towards him.
"Then you shall hear everything. This woman who stands regularly in the porch of the Church of the Ascension has been saying that Tit Nikonich loved Tatiana Markovna and she him."
"I know that," he interrupted impatiently. "That is no crime."
"And she was sought in marriage by the late Count Sergei Ivanovich."
"I have heard that too. She did not agree, and the Count married somebody else, but she was forbidden to marry Tit Nikonich. I have been told all that by Vasilisa. What did the drunken woman say?"
"The Count is said to have surprised a rendezvous between Tatiana Markovna and Tit Nikonich, and such a rendezvous!"
"No, no!" she cried, shaking with laughter.
"Tatiana Markovna! Who would believe such a thing?"
Raisky listened seriously, and surmises flitted across his mind.
"The Count gave Tit Nikonich a box on the ears."
"That is a lie!" cried Raisky, jumping up. "Tit Nikonich would not have endured it."
"A lie, naturally. He did not endure it. He seized a garden knife that he found among the flowers, struck the Count to the ground, seized him by the throat, and would have killed him."
Raisky's face changed. "Well?" he urged.
Tatiana Markovna restrained his hand. "You are," she said, "a nobleman, not a bandit. Your weapon is a sword." She succeeded in separating them, and a duel was not possible, for it would have compromised her. The opponents gave their word, the Count to keep silence over what had happened, and Tit Nikonich not to marry Tatiana Markovna. That is why she remains unmarried. Is it not a shame to spread such calumnies?"
Raisky could no longer contain his agitation, but he said, "You see, it is a lie. Who could possibly have seen and heard what passed?"
"The gardener, who was asleep in a corner, is said to have witnessed the whole scene. He was a serf, and fear ensured his silence, but he told his wife, the drunken widow who is now chattering about it. Of course it is nonsense, incredible nonsense. I am the first to cry that it is a lie, a lie. Our respected and saintly Tatiana Markovna—"
Polina Karpovna burst out laughing, but checked herself when she looked at Raisky.
"What is the matter? Allons donc, oublie tout, vive la joie. Do not frown. We will send for more wine," she said, looking at him with her ridiculous languishing air.
"No, no, I'm afraid—" he broke off, fearing to betray himself, and concluded lamely, "It would not agree with me. I'm not accustomed to wine." He rose from his seat, and his hostess followed his example. "Goodbye, forever," he said.
"No, no!"
she cried. "I must escape from these dangerous places, from your precipices and abysses. Farewell, farewell." He picked up his hat and hurried away. Polina Karpovna stood as if turned to stone, then rang the bell and called for her carriage and for her maid to dress her, saying she had calls to pay. Raisky perceived that there was truth in the drunken woman's story, and that he held in his hand the key to his aunt's past.
He realized now how she had grown to be the woman she was, and where she had won her strength, her practical wisdom, her knowledge of life and of men's hearts. He understood why she had won Vera's confidence, and had been able to calm her niece in spite of her own distress. Perhaps Vera, too, knew the story. While he had been maneuvering to give another turn to the gossip about Vera's relations to himself and Tushin, he had lighted by chance on a forgotten but vivid page of his family history, on another drama no less dangerous to those who took part in it, and found that his whole soul was moved by this record of what had happened 40 years ago. "Borushka!" cried Tatiana Markovna in horror when he entered her room. "What has come to you, my friend? You have been drinking." She looked keenly at him for a long minute, then turned away when she read in his telltale face that he, too, had heard the talk about her past self. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Against universal expectation, Marfinka's wedding was a quiet one, no one being invited except a few neighboring landowners and the important personages in the town, about 50 guests in all. The young people were married in the village church on Sunday after morning service, and afterwards in the hall, which had been transformed for the occasion. A formal breakfast was served without any of the gaiety and excitement usual to such occasions. The servants were most disappointed, for their mistress had taken precautions against their drinking to excess, which made the whole affair seem dull to them. Marfinka's trousseau and her contributions to the household had already been taken across the Volga, the process having occupied a full week. She herself shone with the charm of a rose grown to perfection. In her face a new emotion was visible, which found expression now in a musing smile, now in a stray tear. Her face was shadowed with the consciousness of a new life, of a far-stretching future, with unknown duties, a new dignity, and a new happiness. Vikentiev wore an expression of modesty, almost of timidity, and was visibly affected. Raisky looked at the pretty bride with the emotions of a brother, but he had an impulse of terror when he noticed in her sheaf of orange blossom some faded blooms. "They are from the bouquet that Vera gave me for my birthday," she explained naively. Raisky pretended that withered flowers were a bad omen, and helped her to pick them out. When the time for their departure came, the bride had to be literally dragged sobbing from her aunt's breast, but her tears were tears of joy. Tatiana Markovna was pale, only maintaining her self-restraint with difficulty, and it was plain that she could only just stand as she looked out on the Volga after her departing child. Once at home again, she gave way to her tears. She knew that she possessed the almost undivided love of her other child, the passionate Vera, whose character had been ripened by bitter experience. Tushin stayed with a friend in the town for the wedding. Next day he came to Tatiana Markovna accompanied by an architect, and they spent nearly a week over plans, going over the two houses, the gardens, and the servants' quarters, making sketches and talking of radical alterations in the spring. Everything of value, furniture, pictures, even the parquet flooring, had been taken out of the old house and stored partly in the new house, partly in outhouses and on the ground. Tatiana Markovna and Vera intended to go to Novoselova and later on to visit the Vikhentievs. For the summer they were invited to be the guests of Anna Ivanovna, Tushin's sister, at Smoke. Tatiana Markovna had given no definite answer to the suggestion, saying that it must be "as God wills." In any case, Tushin was making the necessary arrangements with the architect, and intended to make extensive alterations in his house for the reception of the honored visitors. Raisky stayed in his rooms in the new house, but Leonty had returned to his own home for the time being, to return to Malinovka after the departure of Tatiana Markovna and Vera. He too had been invited by Tushin to smoke, but Leonty had answered with a sigh, "Later in the winter, just now I am expecting," and had broken off to look out on to the road from Moscow. He was in fact expecting a letter from his wife in answer to one he had just written. Not long before, Yuliana Andreevna had written to their housekeeper and had asked her to send her winter cloak. She indicated the address, but said not a word about her husband. Leonty dispatched the cloak himself, with a glowing letter in which he asked her to come, and spoke of his love and friendship. The poor man received no reply. Gradually he resumed his teaching, though he still betrayed his melancholy now and again during the lessons, and was apt to be absent-minded and unconscious of the behavior of his scholars, who took pitiless advantage of his helplessness. Tushin had offered to look after Malinovka during Tatiana Markovna's absence. He called it his winter quarters, and made a point of crossing the Volga every week to give an eye to the house, the farmyard, and the servants, to whom only Vasilisa, Yegor, the cook, and the coachman accompanied their mistress to Novoselova. Yakov and Savely were put especially at Tushin's disposition. Raisky proposed to leave a week after the wedding. Tit Nikonich was in the most melancholy plight of all. At any other time he would have followed Tatiana Markovna to the end of the world, but after the outbreak of gossip it would have been unsuitable to follow her for the moment, because it might have given colour to the talk about them which was half believed and already partly forgotten. Tatiana Markovna, however, said he might come at Christmas, and by that time perhaps circumstances would permit him to stay. In the meantime he accepted Tushin's invitation to be his guest at Smoke. The gossip about Vera had given ground to the universal expectation of her marriage with Tushin. Tatiana Markovna hoped that time would heal all her wounds, but she recognized that Vera's case stood in a category by itself, and that ordinary rules did not apply to it. No rumour reached Vera, who continued to see in Tushin the friend of long standing, who was all the dearer to her since he had stretched out to her his helping hand. In the last days before his departure, Raisky had gone through and sorted his sketches and notebooks, and had selected from his novel those pages which bore reference to Vera. In the last night that he spent under the roof of home, he decided to begin his plot then and there, and sat down to his writing table. He determined that one chapter at least should be written. "When my passion is past," he told himself, "when I no longer stand in the presence of these men, with their comedy and their tragedy, the picture will be clearer and in perspective. I already see the splendid form emerge fresh from the hand of its creator. I see my statue, whose majesty is undefiled by the common and the mean." He rose, walked up and down the room, and thought over the first chapter. After half an hour's meditation, he sat down and rested his head on his hands. Weariness invaded him, and as it was uncomfortable to doze in a sitting posture, he lay down on the sofa. Very soon he fell asleep, and there was a sound of regular breathing. When he woke, it was beginning to get light. He sprang up hastily and looked round in astonishment, as if he had seen something new and unexpected in his dreams. "In my dream, even, I saw a statue," he said to himself. "What does it mean? Is it an omen?" He went to the table, read the introduction he had written, and sighed. "What use do I make of my powers?" he cried. "Another year is gone." He angrily thrust the manuscript aside to look for a letter he had received a month ago from the sculptor Kirillov, and sat down at the table to answer it. "In my sound and clear mind, dear Kirillov, I hasten to give you the first intimation of the new and unexpected perspective of my art and my activity. I write in answer to the letter in which you tell me that you are going to visit Italy and Rome. I am coming to St. Petersburg. So for God's sake wait for me, and I will travel with you. Take me with you, and have pity on a blind, insane individual who has only today had his eyes opened to his real calling. I have groped about in the darkness for a long time, and have very nearly committed suicide, that is, let my talent perish. You discovered talent in my pictures, but instead of devoting myself solely to my brush, I have dabbed in music, in literature, have dissipated my energies. I meant to write a novel, and neither you nor anybody else prevented me, and told me that I am a sculptor, a classical artist. A Venus of living marble is born of my imagination. Is it then my cue to introduce psychology into my pictures, to describe manners and customs? Surely not. My art is concerned with form and beauty. For the novelist, quite other qualities are required, and years of labor are necessary. I would spare neither time nor endeavor if I thought that my talent lay in my pen. In any case, I will keep my notes, or perhaps no. I must not deceive myself by harboring an uncertain hope. I cannot accomplish what I have in mind with the pen. The analysis of the complicated mechanism of human nature is contrary to my nature. My gift is to comprehend beauty, to model it in clear and lovely forms. I shall keep those notes to remind me of what I have seen, experienced, and suffered. If the art of sculpture fails me, I will humiliate myself and seek out, wherever he may be, the man, his name is Mark Volokov, who first doubted the completion of my novel, and will confess to him, "You are right, right, I am only half a man." But until that time comes, I will live and hope. Let us go to Rome, Rome. There dwells art, not snobbishness and empty pastime. There is work, enjoyment, life itself. To our early meeting. The house was early astir to bid Raisky Godspeed. Tushin and the young Vikentyevs had come, Marfinka a marvel of beauty, amiability, and shyness. Tatiana Markovna looked sad, but she pulled herself together and avoided sentiment. "Stay with us," she said reproachfully. "You do not even know yourself where you're going." "To Rome, grandmother." "What for? To see the Pope?" "To be a sculptor." "What?" Marfinka also begged him to stay. Vera did not add her voice to the request, because she knew he would not stay. She thought sorrowfully that his manifold talents had not developed so far to give the pleasure they should do to himself and others. "Cousin," she said, "if ever you grow weary of your existence abroad, will you come back to glance at this place, where you are now at last understood and loved?" "Certainly I will, Vera. My heart has found a real home here. Grandmother Marfinka and you are my dear family. I shall never form new domestic ties. You will always be present with me wherever I go, but now do not seek to detain me. My imagination drives me away, and my head is whirling with ideas, but in less than a year I shall have completed a statue of you in marble." "What about the novel?" she asked, laughing. "When I am dead, anyone who has a fancy for them may examine my papers, and will find material enough. But my immediate intention is to represent your head and shoulders in marble. Before the year is out you will fall in love with somebody else, and will not know which to choose as your model. I may fall in love, but I shall never love anyone as I do you. I will carve your statue in marble, for you always stand vividly before my eyes, that is certain," he concluded emphatically, as he caught her smiling glance. "Certain again," interrupted Tatiana Markovna. "I don't know what you are discussing there, but I know that when you say certain, Boris, it is safe to say that nothing will come of it." Raisky went up to Tushin, who was sitting in a corner silently watching the scene. "I hope, Ivan Ivanovitch, that what we all wish will be accomplished," he said. "All of us, Boris Pavlovitch? Do you think it will be accomplished?" "I think so. It could hardly be otherwise. Promise to let me know, wherever I am, because I wish to hold the marriage crown over Vera's head at the ceremony." "I promise." "And I promise to come." Leonty took Raisky on one side, gave him a letter for Uliana Andreevna, and begged him to seek her out. "Speak to her, conscience," he said. "If she agrees to return, telegraph to me, and I will travel to Moscow to meet her." Raisky promised, but advised him in the meantime to rest, and to spend the winter with Tushin. The whole party surrounded the travelling carriage. Marfinka wept copiously, and Vikentiev had already provided her with no less than 5 handkerchiefs. When Raisky had taken his seat, he looked out once more and exchanged glances with Tatiana Markovna, with Vera, and with Tushin. The common experience and suffering of the 6 months, which had drawn them so closely together, passed before his vision with the rapidity, the varying tone and colour, and the vagueness of a dream. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov, translated by M. Bryant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As soon as Raisky reached St. Petersburg, he hurried off to find Kirillov. He felt an impulse to touch his friend to assure himself that Kirillov really stood before him, and that he had not started on the journey without him. He repeated to him his ardent confidence that his artistic future lay in sculpture. "What new fancy is this?" asked Kirillov, frowning and painfully expressing his mistrust. "When I got your letter, I thought you were mad. You have one talent already, why do you want to follow a side track? Take a pencil, go to the academy and buy this," he said, showing him a thick book of lithographed anatomical drawings. "What do you want with sculpture? It is too late." "I feel I have the right touch here," he said, rubbing his fingers one against the other. "Whether you have the right touch or not, it is too late." "Why too late? There is an ensign I know who wields the chisel with great success." "An ensign, yes, but you, with your grey hair?" Kirillov emphasized his remarks with a vigorous shake of the head. Raisky would wrangle with him no longer. He spent 3 weeks in the studio of a sculptor, and made acquaintance with the students there. At home he worked zealously, visited with the sculptor and his students the Isaac Cathedral, where he stood in admiration before the work of Vitali. And he spent many hours in the galleries of the Hermitage. Overwhelmed with enthusiasm, he urged Kirillov to start at once for Italy and Rome. He had not forgotten Leonty's commission, and sought out Uliana Andreevna in her lodgings. When he entered the corridor, he heard the strains of a waltz, and, he thought, the voice of Kozlov's wife. He sent in his name, and with it Leonty's letter. After a time the servant, with an air of embarrassment, came to tell him that Uliana Andreevna had gone with a party of friends to Tsarskoye Selo, and would travel direct from there to Moscow. Raisky did not think it necessary to mention this incident to Leonty. His former guardian had sent him a considerable sum raised by the mortgage of his estate, and with this in hand he set out with Kirillov at the beginning of January for Dresden. He spent many hours of every day in the gallery and paid an occasional visit to the theatre. Raisky pressed his fellow traveller to go farther afield. He wanted to go to Holland, to England, to Paris. "What should I do in England?" asked Kirillov. "There all the art treasures are in private galleries to which we have no access, and the public museums are not rich in great works of art. If you are determined to go, you must go by yourself from Holland. I will wait for you in Paris." Raisky agreed to this proposition. He only stayed a fortnight in England, however, and was very much impressed by the mighty sea of social life. Then he hastened back to his eager study of the rich art treasures of Paris. But he could not possess his soul in the confusion and noisy merriment, in the incessant entertainments of Paris. In the early spring the friends crossed the Alps. Even while he abandoned himself to the new impressions which nature, art, and a different race made on his mind, Raisky found that the dearest and nearest ties still connected him with Tatiana Markovna, Vera, and Marfinka. When he watched the towering crests of the waves at sea or the snow-clad mountain tops, his imagination brought before him his aunt's noble grey head. Her eyes looked at him from the portraits of Velasquez and Gerard Dow, just as Murillo's women reminded him of Vera, and he recalled Marfinka's charming face as he looked at the masterpieces of Goethe, or even at the women of Raphael. Vera's form flitted before him on the mountain side. He saw once more before him the precipice overlooking the narrow plain of the Volga, and fought over again the despairing struggle from which he had emerged. In the flowery valleys Vera beckoned to him under another aspect, offering her hand with her affectionate smile. So his memories followed him even as he contemplated the mighty figures of nature, art, and history as they were revealed in the mountains and the plains of Italy. He gave himself up to these varied emotions with a passionate absorption which shook the foundations of his physical strength. In Rome he established himself in a studio which he shared with Kirillov, and spent much of his time in visiting the museums and the monuments of antiquity. Sometimes he felt he had suddenly lost his appreciation of natural beauty, and then he would shut himself up and work for days together. Another time he was absorbed in the crowded life of the city, which appeared to him as a great, crude, moving picture in which the life of bygone centuries was reflected as in a mirror. Through all the manifestations of this rich and glowing existence he remained faithful to his own family, and he was never more than a guest on the foreign soil. In his leisure hours his thoughts were turned homewards. He would have liked to absorb the eternal beauty of nature and art, to saturate himself with the history revealed in the monuments of Rome, in order that he might take his spiritual and artistic gains back to Malinovka. The three figures of Vera, Marfinka, and his little mother Tatiana Markovna stretched out beckoning hands to him, and calling him to herself with even greater insistence than these, was another mightier figure, the Great Mother, Russia herself. End of chapter 37. End of The Precipice by Ivan Goncharov. Translated by M. Bryant. Recorded by tovarisch.